strongman. He's joining the fucking NFL. He's going to be a fucking O-lineman or a linebacker. He's going to be a fucking monster. And he's just going to hold fucking 4 guys back at once because he's going to be fucking 450, not even fat. You probably get him like 500 pounds plus. And he's just going to fucking stand there and they're not even going to be able to move him.
A tendon inserts, the greater leverage it has on that limb. So the same amount of muscular contraction is just going to lift more weight. But when you take that out to the extremes, the top 2 to 3% of the population, they may have a 40 to 50% difference in lever advantage. If you're looking at a freak of pound for pound strength and they don't have obvious leverage advantages on the lifts, it's highly likely that the advantages are hidden in tendon insertions. Apply this to the immense amount of mass that our boy's 7.5-foot frame is capable of holding, and we've got a recipe for some truly alien shit. But now we're at the point where we have to ask if the bones will even be able to handle this amount of force.
Yeah, he picks up a 2,000-pound weight and he just fucking he literally shatters his femur. His like entire body just collapses.
Normal cortical strength is 200 megapascals, and that's in an untrained couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping.
What? An untrained person's femur could support the weight of a car?
Couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping in half. To put this in perspective, Neanderthals were estimated to be at 1.8 grams per centimeter cubed in their bone density, which is 30 to 40% denser than elite human athletes. These estimations are higher than Brian Shaw's bone density, which was
yeah, just an average fucking Neanderthal, bro. Oh my God. Do you think, like, I know the highest Neanderthal percentage DNA in a person is probably, like, less than 1%. But do you think that plays a factor in strength? Who has the highest Neanderthal DNA recorded? Individuals of East Asian descent generally have the highest proportion of Neanderthal DNA, followed by European ancestry. The highest percentage somebody has is around 3%.
Estimated to be 5 sigma, or 1 in a few hundred million. But all isn't lost for humanity. There is still some genetic wizardry at play. A rare genetic case involving the LRP5 gene was discovered in a Connecticut family with bones so dense they had solid white x-rays. The family's density was measured between 2.5 and 3 grams per centimeter cube, which is 50% higher than Neanderthals and Brian Shaw. This made the bone near impossible to penetrate with typical surgical drills, and none of the degenerative effects usually associated with excessive bone growth plagued any members of the family. The only notable features they had were extra wide jaws and some bony growth on the top of their mouth. And I'd say that's a small price to pay.
He's going to say that's some small price to pay to be able to lift 1,000 pounds. What do you mean? Like, if you have this bone density, you just start having weird growths just come out of the top of your fucking, like, palate?
And I'd say that's a small price to pay. If we're going to pull a Dr. Moreau and cobble together an 8-foot human furry and make it run with 5 times its body weight, I think we're so far in that a bumpy mouth, really not a lot to worry about. Now, the odds of getting this trait organically is next to zero, let alone with all of the other features that we've insisted upon so far. But in the near future, when you're selecting your athletic destiny the way you're putting toppings on a pizza at Domino's, yeah, I'll take extra LRP5, hold the anchovies.
I love how in-depth he's getting into this. Like, I thought it would just be, like, very surface level shit. He's talking about, like, specific genes you need.
We know that muscles produce strength, and we've made sure that we got plenty of muscle, but we haven't quite unleashed it yet. See, your genes had the foresight to toddler-proof your body. By putting a governor on how many motor units you can recruit at once, it makes sure that you're not flying off the handle like a drunk teenager behind the wheel of his Camaro doing donuts in the parking lot. Now, with hacking your nervous system, we can start level 1. These are common genes that bias individuals towards more motivation and more aggression. But these are still more normie gene variations, are pretty common in the population. We're here to push the limits. So what does the next step look like? Level 2 involves the SCN9A gene. You might have seen this in a movie before. This is the genetic variation that makes it so that you can...
Oh my God, you don't feel pain? The one guy in Deadpool had that.
Not feel pain. No pain, no gain? How about no pain, all the gain? This eliminates one of the primary obstacles to training, and that is the sensation of pain and discomfort. Shoulders a little achy? Maybe for you.
Yeah, but the problem with that is pain is supposed to be a limiter for you for your health. Like, if you don't feel pain, then, like, even if this person's training, they're, like, at some point, they're going to fucking heavily injure themselves.
About to throw this bench press to the moon. You're praying to Jesus to make it through that last drop set of lunges? I'm listening to Spanish phrases on audiobook. And just think of how much money we're going to save on ibuprofen and DMSO. And we don't even have to worry about injury from tendon or muscle ruptures because we've already supercharged our specimen with tendons that could support the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, to bring this back to reality, this might not be as cool as it sounds. For one, these guys can't sweat, and that could be life-threatening in a ball-busting, do-or-die
Wait, if you don't feel pain, you can't sweat?
Gym session, which isn't great. And also, pain is kind of required to learn to not do things that might kill you. I imagine one of these...
Yeah, because then they have no idea what their limits are, and they would just always try to max out higher than they could feasibly lift.
Guys tearing...
Your pain lets you know your limit so you could push beyond it and then grow progressively. Like, if you have no pain, you don't know your limit. So, yeah, you could train infinitely, but you're probably just going to fatigue yourself more than you normally would want to, and then you're just going to be out of shop for most of the time, and you're not actually going to be efficiently training. Yeah, because you can't feel hot or cold. I thought if you couldn't feel pain, you would still be able to feel hot and cold sensations. Is that literally just like your nerve endings don't work?
Ball-busting deadlift workout, pouring the olive oil on the large pizza and scarfing it down as fast as they can, only to start, like, biting their cheek, and they can't tell the difference between cheek and pizza, and next thing you know, you chew through the side of your face. But remember, guys, we're not here for second place. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. So how about I just breed a few dozen of these 7.5-foot myostatin-disabled, pain-free mutant freaks and hope that like 2 or 3 of them make it past puberty. Bob's your uncle, we're setting world records. But guys, we're not even done yet. That was only level...
Well, I want to know what you would estimate this person would lift if they had all these genes.
2. Level 3 is going to guarantee that we squeeze every possible ounce out of every single muscle fiber that we have slapped on this frame. This concerns the MAOA gene, often called the warrior gene. Now, when this thing's taking it easy, it's not doing its job, that's actually linked with higher aggression. And in extreme cases, when it's completely knocked out, you get Brunner syndrome. And while it's been associated with cognitive impairment, violent behavior, and problems with impulse control, the trade-off is, you guessed it, retard strength. I mean, look, we could have basically just manufactured our version of absolute bane, given our guy a super soaker backpack filled with trenbolone acetate, and called it good. But with Brunners, you get basically the same effect, and you just don't have to carry around the backpack. So this is what we've got: extreme height and leverages that are plausible to see in our lifetime, paired with some genetic anomalies that are less plausible. But we know that the capacity is there, and if they occur together in the right mix, we could get something that is truly mythological. But by the time we can make these genetic edits anyways, we're gonna be like the...
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're doing the odds here, but at some point they're just gonna be able to like pick and choose genetics. There's going to have to be laws against that, though, because that would be like a real dystopian society if you were able to pick genetics for your kids, because then at that point, there's like, I don't want to say there's no RNG, but like rich people would be able to just consistently spread the gap between the poor and the rich, because rich children would always be the genetically most advantaged, or have the biggest advantage, and then they would spread that to their kids and their kids and their kids. So just be like, if you were poor, you would just be rolling RNG on like your kids' health and what they would be able to do, versus literally just being able to pick and choose genes. Yeah, designer babies to the sense of like making them super intelligent and super fast, super strong, attractive, whatever you wanted, literally whatever you wanted to do.
Aliens from Independence Day. All of our ability and our value to society is going to be determined by our completely man-made exoskeleton, and nobody is going to care about the body composition or strength levels of the sad little alien nugget that exists on the inside. And on that note, I'm off to go buy a robot slave. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Leave your comments below. Till next time, this is Bromley. I'll see you.
Wow. Somebody said literally playing God. I don't think it would be playing God, because it would be playing God if you were doing it in the designer sense of just picking and choosing traits that you deemed as most valuable. But I think if you were able to cut out genes that would cause certain health defects, I would not see that as playing God. I would see that as removing the need for thousands and thousands of years of natural selection to try and weed out a trait that is detrimental to a human experience and human life. Like, you would be able to cut out it. Like, if you had a kid and they were like, this kid's gonna have is gonna grow up and he's gonna have ALS or something, it'd be like, all right, well, we're gonna cut that out so he doesn't get that. You know, we're going to cut that out so he doesn't get this, like Marfan syndrome or some sort of, like, I guess, disease, you know? But then when you extend it to, like, all right, you can make your kid whatever height you want, and you can make him do this. It's like, now you're making a Sims character. All right, well, we're not watching this Mark Rober video today. We got one more video. So you want to get your license.
All right, so getting your driver's license is supposed to be like this big milestone in life, right? Freedom.
I think it is the biggest milestone. I think he's going to say the exact opposite because he's introing the video like this, and then he's going to say, But I think getting your license is like a big freedom milestone. More so, dude, I want to say getting your license is like really big, and it's not really treated as such compared to like turning 18 when you're like an adult. But turning 18's lame as fuck. You don't get anything. You could buy scratch-off tickets. Congrats. The biggest milestone is, depending on your state, because it's varying by age, getting your license and then turning 21. That's the big milestones. 18 to 20 blows dick. That's like the worst years. People, not the worst years of your life. It's the worst years in that, like, your birthday doesn't matter. After 21, your birthday doesn't matter either. But it's like, you turn 18, it's like, congrats. Now you're a legal adult. And it's like, oh, really? What did I unlock? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You still can't rent a car. Most Airbnbs, you still have to be 21 or 25, so you can't do that either. You can buy scratch-off tickets at a gas station. Taxes don't apply to you when you're 18. They apply to you whenever. They apply to you if you have an income. You could be 12 and you could get taxed. If you have a job, you're getting taxed. It's not taxes. You get a credit card. You could get a credit card before you're 18, depending. You might just need to co-sign it. It's just stupid. Right? Turning 21 and getting your license are like the big milestones in your life. Well, if you're in the U.S. If you're in the UK, it's different because different drinking ages, driving ages, whatever.
Independence, all that stuff. But in reality, it's one of the most stressful and embarrassing processes you'll ever go through. Like the government...
You used to be able to buy cigarettes when you were 18. That was the milestone. Used to be able to smoke cigarettes. Not anymore, though. Damn it.
Basically hands you a car and...
When? Not that long ago. Like, your parents probably could have bought cigarettes in high school when they were seniors.
Says, good luck, try not to kill anyone. And the way people hype it up makes it worse. Everyone's like, once you get your license, you can go anywhere you want. Bro, no I can't. I still live with my parents. I got like $3 in my bank account, and gas is $5 a gallon. The only place I'm driving is straight back home. Not to mention, the whole process is designed to humble you. Like, you'll walk...
No, I'm still gonna say, bro, not having to need a motherfucker to pick you up is so... much. It's not freedom, but it's better. Bro, I remember getting done at track practice and having to wait to get picked up. That shit's ass. Just standing around being like, God damn, where are they? They show up late, they forget. Have you ever had that? Have you ever been somewhere and it's like your mom forgets that they have to pick you up? And it's like, oh, don't worry, I'm on my way. And it's like, you were supposed to leave an hour ago. God. So now you're just standing around like fucking waiting for shit to happen. Like, you run on other people's schedules. Once you have a license, you have your own time, right? Like, you could go places when you want to go places. Yes, you need money, but it's like, if you have gas, you could go somewhere.
To humble you. Like, you'll walk into the DMV thinking you're ready for adulthood, and the second you step up to that counter, some 60-year-old lady with glasses down her nose just looks at you like, you're not built for this. And she's right.
No, that's not what she's gonna do. She's gonna go, You don't have enough you need more points of identification. You only have your passport and a local water bill. You're gonna need to go home. And now you have to go you have to prove that you're you in every way in the fucking world. Oh my God, going to the DMV, bro, you might as well bring a binder full of everything that's ever happened to you. Drive all the way back, and hey, if you have an appointment, now you gotta reschedule because you didn't fucking show up with the right shit. Thinking you came with the right stuff. Wrong, you gotta show up with something else.
Right, because 5 minutes later, you're out there stalling your car in front of a line of 30 people who all hate you now. So let's talk about what actually happens when you try to get your...
I had a friend that failed the written test 15 times. I failed it once, and then I passed the behind the wheel. He passed the behind the wheel immediately. He failed the written like 15 times. He wouldn't study, and it was like an ongoing meme. Like everybody, he's like a year older than me, and we all got our licenses, and most of my friends are older than me. Like right now I'm 23. Most of my friends are like 25, right? Chris is like one of my IRL friends. He's 28, so he's a lot older than me. He's like 5 years older than me. But I think that changes. Once you're in your like mid-20s, it's just, you know, you all mend. It's fine. It's whatever. He's unk though. But anyways, when we were all like, you know, in New Jersey, you're 17 when you get your license. So we were all like, I was 16. He still didn't have his license. He was 17. I turned 17, got my license. And then it became a meme that like he was the only person without his license. It took him 2 more years. Because you have to take the written, and if you fail, you have to take it again. You have to wait like 2 weeks. So if you keep failing, you have to keep waiting. And so he kept consistently failing, and then like the time between taking the test would get longer, and then he wouldn't be able to some weeks. So he would take it like once a month, and he would just fail like every time until it was like he actually sat down and studied and finally passed. I will say I think the written test is stupid though. I failed it the first time by like 3 questions. It's not even like questions about how to drive. Because all that shit's obvious. Stop at a stop sign. Don't park next to a fire hydrant. Stop when a school bus stops. But it's like asking you hyper-specific questions. How many feet from a school bus do you have to be stopped when it's stopped? Fucking idiot. I don't know. 2 car lengths? I'm going to guess. A cop isn't going to go... Woo, hold up. Pulls out a tape measure and fucking goes, you're 3 inches too close. That's a safety hazard. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to eyeball it, right? Or they'll ask about fines. Like, why do I need to know that? Hey, prove that you can drive. How much are you going to get charged if you do this? Fucking, I don't know. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. And hey, I'll find out. If I ever get pulled over for speeding, how much is the ticket if you're 10 over? Fucking, I don't know. The cop's going to hand me the ticket and I'm going to read it and go, oh shit, it's fucking $200. That's when I'll know. And then I'll say, the behind the wheel is too easy. The behind the wheel is a piece of shit. What? It depends on the state. The behind the wheel is literally stop, turn your signal on. Go on a roundabout, turn around, parallel park. That's the hardest shit. Hey, buddy, why don't we make the test merging onto a 6-lane highway and going over a bridge when the median is fucking 6 inches away from the fucking edge line of the road and there's no fucking shoulder? That's how you know how to fucking drive. You pass the fuck ass behind the wheel test. Congrats, you can parallel park. Oh, wow. Yeah, now actually get on a highway where people are going 95 and they won't let you in. And then you gotta fucking... And hey, there's gonna be moments where you just gotta fucking be ballsy. And that's what sucks. They don't teach you that. They don't teach you that shit. When you gotta merge onto a highway and it's like, hey, nobody's getting over. Don't move. Because if they don't move, you're both gonna die. So they'll fucking get out of the goddamn way. And that's how it is sometimes. If you're driving in fucking Philly, you're driving in New York, you're driving somewhere in a packed city, they're not going to move. You got to make them move. And you got to show, you can tell when it's a new driver on the road. You can tell when they don't need that fucking stupid sticker that says, new driver behind the wheel, be nice. Fuck out of here. I'm laying on the horn. Yeah, you got new driver. Hey, buddy, you better lock in because you need to learn how to fucking drive. Oh, I'm gonna be nice to you. I'm gonna change the rules for you. Oh, get the fuck out of here. No, you gotta learn how to do that shit. I truly believe they couldn't do that though, because then if you failed, you get in a car crash. So they have to like simulate it somehow. But I remember I got behind the wheel and the driver's test was 4 minutes. 4 minutes long. And he goes, yeah, you pass. I do the parallel parking and I was too far, so I just had to redo it. And then that was it. That was the whole test. I'm like, this doesn't prove that I'm competent enough to drive anywhere outside of like back roads.
First off, you got to get your learner's permit, which is basically the government.
And that's why, dude, there's drivers today. There's drivers today that are in their 30s, bro, that won't drive over bridges. They won't go on highways. You know why? Because they never learned how, and they're terrified to. Because they can't drive.
Saying, here's a piece of paper that lets you legally traumatize your parents in the passenger seat. Every drive turns into a hostage situation. Your mom's clutching the door handle like you're driving a fighter jet. Your dad's yelling, brake earlier every 5 seconds. And God forbid.
Bro, the worst is, this is optional, but I remember I did it. So it'd be, I could get my license earlier. And it was like I took a driving class. You take the written to get your permit. And then I had my permit and I took a driving class so I could like get my license earlier or something. And it was this old guy named Henry. I remember him. I'd go, Henri. I'm going to drive with Henri. He was like 80. And the first day we didn't, he canceled because he had to get like his kidney removed or something. I don't know. He had a fucking, it was like, I was waiting around and he was like, he texts like 3 days later and he's like, oh, sorry, I was in the hospital. I was like, oh, fuck. He shows up and he would eat. All I remember about him, I hope he's still alive. All I remember about him was he would munch on like Werther's originals. Like the whole time I was driving, he would be fiddling with the plastic in the wrappers and he'd be popping them in. I think he had like 3 in his mouth at once because he would go like this. And he would mush them around. It sounded like marbles in his mouth. And the permit, like the driving class cars have, normally a car has a brake and a gas pedal on the driver's side. The behind the wheel, like driver's, like class, there's also a brake on the passenger side. And he would lay on that shit and I would get so mad. He would be like, I would be braking a good 100 meters before a stoplight, going 40 miles an hour. He would go, whoa, 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 and he would fucking make a noise. Whoa, whoa. I'd be like, dude, I'm stopping. Like I see, he goes, you don't want, he said, I remember he would go like this. You can't have this when you stop. Because when a car stops when it's going a little fast, it rocks. He goes, you need a smooth stop. You need a smooth stop. You want to stop and go, I don't want to, if I feel this, that's how I know you stopped bad. I'd go, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm slamming on the brakes right before I fucking hit the stoplight, and then I'm going forward.
You miss a stop sign, suddenly you're the worst driver alive. And the crazy part is your parents forget they drive like maniacs too. Like they'll be yelling at you for not using your blinker, but last week you watched them cut across 3 lanes like they were in the new Fast and...
Yeah, Jersey slide over a 6-lane highway, no blinker. Oh shit, I gotta get over.
Furious movie. Plus, having a permit makes you a second-class citizen. You can't even drive alone. You need some random adult next to you at all times. Like, bro, if I'm old enough to control a 2-ton...
Bro, and you fully bank. I remember, bro, when it was my turn to take the driver's test, all my friends that had taken it before me, like, in my class were like, dude, you don't want, like, Rachel. They were like, you don't want Rachel. Rachel failed Billy and John. She's so mean. I got like Bob or whatever his name was. He was nice. Because it's literally like up to them on if they pass you or not. Outside, there's definitive fail markers. Like if you hit a traffic cone, that counts as hitting a car. So like you fail. But outside of that, it's like up to their discretion.
Death machine on the freeway. Why do I still need my mom sitting there with a Diet Coke acting like she's my parole officer? Then there's driving school, where some random 40-year-old dude who looks like he's given up on life teaches you how to parallel park. The car always smells weird, like a mix
Oh my God, yes! Yes! I was gonna say, bro, it didn't even smell like the Werthers. It smelled like piss. It smelled like piss. Like, but not new piss. Like, imagine you peed all over the fucking seats and then let it dry and, like, sit out in the sun for a week. And then I would get in the car. It just smelled like piss.
of old coffee and regret, and they make you do the dumbest stuff, like a 3-point turn. Like, bro, I'm not driving a 4.
I will say, all right, this is gonna sound like dickhead shit. When I got my license and I saw a car, like a gray car with the big block thing on the front that says student driver, I would pass him. I'd be laying on the horn more than normal. It's fucked. I remember when I was 17, I was like, oh shit, I passed. Now they got to deal with it. And so I'd just be like, the second the light would turn green, half a second, just lay on it. And I know too, dude, they're fucking 10-2, white knuckle in the steering wheel going, just like nervous.
Forklift. I just want to get the Taco Bell.
First time trying the new cheesy crunch wrap. Let's see how it tastes.
And these instructors always have that dead behind the eyes look, like they've watched thousands of teenagers almost plow into a mailbox and now nothing excites them anymore. You could literally crash into a fire hydrant and they just write it down like, yep, -5 points, don't do that again. They also purposely take you on the worst possible roads. Like, bro, I live in the suburbs, why are you making me merge onto the freeway in the middle of rush hour?
They don't do that. They did that when I took the behind the wheel class. I had to merge onto a highway. And I think that was valuable. I will say that. I'm going to disagree with him. I think taking that class, having that guy be annoying to you and make you drive in stressful scenarios makes you a better driver. Because that's how driving's going to be. There's going to be moments where you're stressed as fuck and you need to lock in. Right? And having some dickhead chirp at you the whole time helps.
Learned where the headlights are. I'm not ready to battle semis going 80. And for some reason, they love parking drills. Parallel park between these two cones back into this imaginary spot. Like, when am I ever going to use this? Nobody in history has ever said, oh, sorry, guys, I can't come out tonight. I really failed my 3-point turn. Plus, the silence is brutal.
Nah, you do need to know how to parallel park, though. That shit's hard. It's easy once you've done it a lot, but, like, you look so symmetrical that you don't look real. Like there are people that are so attractive that it's like, oh, that's kind of like off-putting.
When we get shit like this is what
Oh no, you don't understand that at all.
a PSL gun, but a PSL gun wouldn't necessarily have appeal. Because again, look at this shit. So I guess PSL is purely for the male gaze then. My zesty theory is being proven again. And I find there's no better time than any to really dive into the BP terminology. First word, you probably already know, it's Chad. These are people that the BP community can collectively agree, look good. So mainly like these 3 models. And then we have Chad Light. What am I talking about, cunt? But anyways, this is just a little lower. You wouldn't really be considered a Chad, but I don't know if you have to apply for Chad status. Is that something that they do?
No, I always thought that you can't move. I know he's also making fun of St. Don's editing style, which is like very like brain rottish, but I think it's for attention span and I love it, man. Like I know it's bad for like attention span of humans, but dude, he's just like image words, soundboard, image. There's people that do it too much. I think he does it normal. Like there's people that do it more than him. Like far, right? In the BP community, well, you could like make yourself more attractive and move up, but like if you're sub 5, you're never gonna be a Chad in the BP community. But if you're like a Chad Light,
Depends on your base. It's possible.
if you got like how? See, that's where I'm not. Now I really want to understand the BP community, because if you're a sub 5 in the BP mindset, how are you leveling up to a Chad? What? Because, oh, like if you're obese, well, like you don't have, like, so like what you're saying, like, oh, really bad haircut, terrible style, you're not taking care of your skin, stuff like that. If a haircut, maybe like they'll fucking up you. I don't know.
But if you're an unidentified attractive person, you're what's known as an unknown slayer. Like this random ass kid in the back of this video, he went viral on TikTok for a little bit. People calling him unknown slayer. Another example is this one guy. I just wanted to point it out because of this comment. Nigga said, bro is real life Marlon.
Bro, what the
Real life Marlin, like Marlin's
That implies Marlon's not in real life.
an anime character that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What the f does that mean, bro? I'm telling you, they worship this nigga Marlon like a deity. They don't even consider him real. And if you're the very pinnacle
Who's they? I don't worship him.
attractiveness, you're what's known as a true Adam. And there's one guy they call a true Aladdin because he's Middle Eastern. There's not really a pattern there because that's the only
What
example I-
what's like the average video this guy private looks maxing school and face ratings? Oh dude, he sells like a course. What's like his most viewed video? Ugliest facial features tier list. Your face decides who swipes right in real life. But that's like, yeah, yes, the majority of, you know, dating relationships start through online dating apps. But it's like the swipe, bro, you could ask anybody that's used dating apps, and the amount of swipes that have turned out to be duds is endless, you know? Like, you could have 100 matches. You might only go on a date with 3 of them, and 1 of them will be the person that you end up actually being, you know, the boyfriend or girlfriend to. Like, and I think that in itself is kind of showing that just because you look good doesn't mean you're going to match, you know? Doesn't mean that that person's going to mend well with you. I get it's the prerequisite. I'm more so just saying it's not everything. 4 years of looks maxing advice in 18 minutes. The ultimate 2025 food tier list. Is that for looks maxing? My full looks maxing surgery plan. Oh my God. Bro, like, I don't think he needs, you know, it's do whatever you want with your life. But it's like, I don't think this guy needs surgery. Like, I feel like he is just a good looking dude. Testing North Korea's illegal smartphones. I'm gonna be real, before we even started, I didn't know they had, like, their own brand of smartphone. Just because I assumed the majority of individuals in North Korea didn't own phones. Because the government control would probably it would be really hard to restrict that. But I'm assuming the people in poverty in North Korea don't own phones. I'm assuming it's people that live in, like, Pyongyang, like, somewhere where it's, I guess, more populated / like, you're allowed to have more luxuries, you know, because you live in the capital.
These are 2 extremely rare phones from North Korea, and it's kind of insane that I'm even holding them. The North Korean
Why is one of them in English?
The North Korean population is so cut off from the outside world that it's almost impossible to even get a text message out, let alone 2 fully functional smuggled phones that show us in crystal clear detail what it's actually
Oh my God, does the map only show North Korea?
like to be a North Korean citizen. So this is the Heian 701. It's one of the country's budget phones. Just to give you an idea of how little is known about this stuff, you can Google the phone's name and nothing will come up. Absolutely zero. And then the second is the Samtaesung 8, which is a flag
Samtaesung? Really? Really, that's the North Korean phone, Samtaesung 8?
North Korean phone. And yeah, this is different to South Korea's Samsung, which translates to 3 stars. This is Samtaesung, which translates to 3 huge stars.
I mean, we're really trying to one up South Korea here on the fucking phone usage. That's cringe. That's what they name that shit. 3 stars versus 3 huge stars.
A lot of this whole my dad could totally beat up your dad energy. But that's because convincing North Koreans that they are superior to South Koreans, that they are morally purer and militarily stronger, is about the most effective way of keeping them loyal to the government. And it's pretty clear when you look at these phones that the smartphone is playing a big part in that. I can actually
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, it definitely plays a part in the brainwashing, but I don't understand how, like, yes, even if you're grown into the North Korean society, kind of like believing how they function and also kind of like living it for generations, if you had a smartphone that's like clearly restricting you, I feel like you'd be like, what are they trying to hide from us? Or do you think it's like they just perceive it as a protection? Like, oh, Kim Jong-un's trying to protect me from bad Western ideologies. Or maybe they don't even realize that it's like being censored or like restricted. Maybe that's like what they perceive just the phone is able to do.
These phones. So if I write Namhan, this means South Korea. The second that I hit the spacebar, that gets auto-corrected to puppet state. It is bonkers seeing censorship this explicit happening in real time in front of my eyes. You physically cannot send the word Namhan even if you try, which shows just how committed North Korea's government is to sustaining its narrative that South Korea is this inferior, less individual country that just blindly follows whatever the US asks them to. Other ways of wording it, like Republic of Korea, that doesn't even get corrected. That just turns straight into asterisks. Kind of like you're a child and you just tried to make your Club Penguin username a swear word. And you can actually see the censorship becoming more invasive as time is going on. Because if we use this Heian phone, which came a few months before, this one lets you write North Korea as North Korea. But the Samtaesung doesn't even let you do that.
Oh my god, so it used to be less restricted and then they realized that they needed to make it even more strict, so they had to fucking come out with a, like, even worse version.
Only way that you're allowed to refer to North Korea now is Joseon, the traditional.
I mean, bro, and I'm assuming there's, like, heavy monitoring on these phones, no? I feel like we watched something about a North Korean, like, it might have been a phone where it, like, takes an image of your screen every 10 seconds or something. And there's, like, a guy monitoring it in case something happens where they have to be like, oh, what, are you talking shit about Kim Jong-un?
And then South Korea, almost as if they're belonging to them, as South Joseon. But it gets worse, because Daily NK News, the guys who actually secured these phones in the first place, and whose basement I'm sitting in right now, they've probed around and found all sorts of extra oddities in the software. Like how, if you type Kim Jong-un, the name of the current leader, into any app, it will make the text bold the second you finish the word. Or how all sorts of South Korean slang is just subtly corrected to the more proper North Korean approved way of saying the same thing. Presumably because a lot of this slang originates in some capacity from South Korean media. And the North doesn't want their population.
Yeah, but then how the hell, if they're getting a lot of that slang from South Korean media, how would the North Korean people even have their hands on that slang or media to even be able to use it in their phones in the first place? If, like, internet access is restricted, whatever they see on TV is restricted, they're only allowed to see what is shown to them, then how the fuck, like, why do they even have that gateway of the slang if they don't even know what it is? That'd be like having an autocorrect for, like, Big Chungus if you don't know what Big Chungus is. Like, it's unneeded. Like, you're never gonna type it.
To even indirectly experience that. But probably the single craziest example of this is if we type oppa. This is a common South Korean expression that can be used to mean either older brother or, in slang terms, boyfriend.
이거 좀 따주세요, 오빠.
Which in itself does raise a few questions. On these North Korean phones, though, it corrects the word to comrade, accompanied by a warning. This word can only be used to describe your siblings. Imagine getting a warning for attempting to type a slang word. That's moderation on a level that I have never experienced before. But
what happens if you type, like, fuck Kim Jong-un? Like, would that, like, would, like, your phone just brick and they would, like, fucking seize you instantly? No, seriously, like, what if you, like, typed, like, some sort of threat? Like, they would be like, your phone just explodes.
I would say even more significant than autocorrect, the biggest factor in controlling information going in and out of North Korea, and the main reason that the country is still this cryptic bubble and we barely know these phones even exist, is the internet situation. Or really, the lack of one. Look at this. On the Haeyang phone,
there is I want to also kind of side note here, there is, like, a level of US meddling that people claim goes on for foreign phones for us as well. Like, most US citizens that own a phone own an iPhone and don't really ever have access to, like, Huawei, which is the Chinese phone that is a lot of the time seen as more technologically advanced and more user-friendly and developed than the US iPhone and iOS versions. But, like, nobody owns a Huawei. It's, like, impossible to get a fucking Huawei.
you can swipe down from the top and you see your control panel that looks basically the same as every other Android's. And there's even a Wi-Fi button there, but when you press it, absolutely nothing happens. Weird, but let's go into settings to click on Wi-Fi directly, but you can't.
How the fuck does the phone work if you don't have LTE and you don't have Wi-Fi? What the fuck do you use the phone for? It's just constantly in airplane mode?
And they've actually gone a step further with this more recent Samtaesung, because you go into the quick settings, there isn't even a Wi-Fi icon at all. It's like they don't want—
What do you use the fucking phone for? The calculator app? Like, what am I gonna play offline Subway Surfers on the fucking phone? What do you use the phone for? You're not fucking connected to anything. Messaging, you can't message people without fucking connectivity. Or bars.
You to even consider that the feature could
That's the point? Well, then don't even give them phones.
be as accessible as that. The only way to get something that even resembles Wi-Fi is this. It's called Mirai, and it needs so many details from you, including your government
Oh, shit. So they just, like, require... Because it's too easy to just connect to something, so they restrict that. So you have to use an app that, like, tracks your Wi-Fi.
ID and an authenticated North Korean physical SIM card that it's pretty safe to assume everything you do while using it can be traced right back to you. And even with all of that, this still doesn't get you onto the internet. There's actually no way for a North Korean citizen to do that. All this can get you is access to a highly curated North Korean.
Whenever I see shit about, like, North Korean technology, I always remember, like, the videos of the Russians talking about how when North Korea sent their troops to help Russia in the war, the Russians always cited the North Korean people being, like, cripplingly addicted to, like, porn and cartoons. Like... because they've never seen it before, so it's like it was such like a culture shock for them that like their eyes were just like glued to the screen. Like the technology that they have there, like the unrestricted access to the internet's like absurd.
Intranet, where you can look at specifically government-approved TV, news, propaganda, and apps. More on that in a bit, but the key thing to know for now...
Damn, bro. Do you think there's like any apps they could use that we use? No. Because it would be non-North Korean tech. I'm thinking like games. Like, dude, like Doodle Jump. Like, you think I feel like, bro, like, do you think they're like restricted from playing like Doodle Jump?
Is it doesn't look like it would be a great experience. The app itself tells you to expect speeds between 2 and 33 megabits per second, less than a 14th of the speeds that South Koreans are getting on their public Wi-Fi. I imagine.
Well, to be fair, doesn't South Korea also have the best Wi-Fi in the entire world? Like, by area? Like, their Wi-Fi's crazy.
The way that North Korea's leaders are seeing this is they know that the second they give their population access to the open World Wide Web, it's game over for being able to control the way they act and think. But then at the same time, they can't give the people nothing if they're trying to convince them that their country is truly superior to all others. Hence, this careful substitution of traditional Wi-Fi features for this highly traceable Wi-Fi equivalent that reinforces national pride as opposed to diluting it. But those speeds are so dated. And to be honest, everything about using both of these phones feels dated. Like, it's pretty sad that this Samtae-sung is one of their modern flagship phones. It was only released recently in 2023 in North Korea. It was priced pretty close to $1,000, but it looked...
What North Korean citizen is fucking affording that? Like, that's what I don't understand. It has to be people that are living in, like, the capital. Like, it has to be somebody that's living in Pyongyang, because, like, the average North Korean citizen is just, like, dead broke.
Looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. Actually, let me be clear. It
has to be people that... I think they're also giving people the phones that are in, like, some sort of... Not substantial power, but they're in a position of luxury, or, I guess, they're well off enough to where, like, they would start looking for, like, tech. They would want the next thing. And if North Korea doesn't give them the next thing, then they're going to be like, okay, I'm not revolting, but... there would be some sketchy shit behind the scenes.
Looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. I'm almost getting deja vu looking at it. The way the camera module has an identical style and position. The way the body and the screen curves around in a seemingly identical...
I mean, yeah, bro, they literally probably got a Huawei and went, how do we copy this but make it fucking 10 times worse so our citizens can't fucking do anything with it?
Way. Even this incredibly unique Huawei-style cutout around the buttons and this red line in the middle of the power key is the same. Plus, for security reasons, I've got to keep the IMEI number hidden. But when we traced it back, it does look like this phone was manufactured in China, just like Huawei phones. So I think there's two possible...
So there's Chinese companies that are making phones for North Korean people? I thought they would have had that shit in-house.
Explanations. Either this phone was actually secretly made by Huawei themselves and supplied to North Korea for them to add their software layer, or Samtae-sung just decided, we like the look of that one, let's copy it. Because you're about to see...
I would assume that's probably what it is.
...this yourselves, but so much of the content on these phones is copied content already. Why not the phone design too? But also that, unlike the Huawei that this looks so similar to, this phone does have a thicker bezel and a notch, this extremely tasteless font on show throughout the whole user interface, and then the only form
Yeah, can I say that? It's like a sad phone. Like, I wouldn't be able to guess what country it's from if you just handed me the phone, but I'd be like, this is a bad, like, this is a shitty phone. It's a sad phone. Like, the font's shitty, bro. The font's shitty. The fucking look is, like, sleek, but, bro, it looks like a fucking lithium battery. Like, it looks like I'm staring at something that would charge a fucking e-bike.
form of branding on the camera is a feebly written 64 megapixel that gives me absolutely zero reassurance it's going to be a good experience. And it is not. On the Haeyang phone, we're just getting extremely poor, grainy image quality all around. And even though there are 3 cameras on the back of this phone, there is still no ultra-wide and no zoom. So both extra cameras are just useless macro and depth cameras. A trend that, globally speaking, started to die out pretty fast after 2020. And so the idea that this thing released in 2023 with that kind of setup shows the time lag that we're operating with here. And then on the flagship Samtaesung, the camera is super buggy. We couldn't even get it to flip around to the rear cameras. And it's also got this really unusual watermark plastered over it, which when we reverse, it spells out, please contact Heinetron. Now, I did a little digging and turns out Heinetron
Anytime you take a picture, it fucking watermarks your face.
is a small, private, China-based company who makes a lot of smartphone parts. So it kind of looks here like they've supplied some of the bits for this phone, but then North Korean Samtaesung has just like not paid their license fee or something. Regardless though of whether this phone is a secret Huawei collab or just a blatant ripoff, it doesn't change the fact that it is terrible value when you consider the global market. But that makes a lot of sense. With North Korea, we are talking about a very unusual market that has almost no competitive pressure. There's almost no incentive to give people cutting edge tech. And if anything, the more dated the tech, the simpler it is, and therefore the easier it is going to be to control. That would also explain why the Haeyang is still running Android 10 with seemingly no ability to update beyond that, and why Samtaesung is stuck on Android 11, making it 5 years worth of updates behind current Android.
I don't understand that about fucking update shit. Like, what is so bad? Is it like vulnerabilities? Like, what's so bad about not updating something that works currently? That eventually there's vulnerabilities that haven't been patched? Yeah, it's like security shit, but also probably like lag and glitches. So they're using like 5-year-old fucking software on a brand new phone.
Show you what I mean by all this copied stuff. So there is an
It'd be like running your computer today on like Windows 8.
app literally here with a Microsoft Word logo. You open it up and it gives you the option for Excel, PowerPoint, and Word. But I can assure you what you are getting here are not Microsoft apps, not even close in functionality. I would actually go as far as to say that at least 50% of the icons that you see on these phones are stripped directly.
I feel like they're unusable, dude. Video editor. There's people making fucking CapCut edits in fucking North Korea. Get the hell out of here. Theme manager, what is this?
Directly from other companies, like File Manager and Compass. Those are basically Huawei icons that are very slightly reskinned. Maps is an almost one-to-one of the Google Maps icon. This random game uses the same icon as the Mobi Office work application. But let's just zoom out for a second. Even the official Samtaesung wallpaper, I'm pretty sure they have literally just downloaded the wallpaper from an Honor phone and then added an 8 to it. And then if I go over here to the About Phone section, I recognize that image. That image is actually stripped straight from the promo material of the completely different looking Huawei Mate 30 Pro phone from years ago. And yet it is serving as the poster image for the Samsung.
I'm surprised they even put this much work into like making it look nice. Like, do you think that's a part of the appeal for the North Korean people? Is like they're really trying to con you into thinking this is a good phone? Because like is the average North Korean person that gets this phone like staring at this image and being like, wow, I really have the next big tech.
Taesung 8, which makes me side with the theory that this is a copy of Huawei as opposed to made by Huawei. Because if it was made by Huawei, surely the company would use an image that at least matched the design of the phone. There's a whole library of informational videos that you can buy as part of North Korea's intranet, like this one, all about the football club Arsenal. And on the face of it, you're like, oh, this is really premium, how professionally produced. But look a little closer, and you can see this is actually ripped straight from an Amazon Prime series. It's just instead of Stay in the Game, it's titled Sweat for the Win. And it's got the logo of a North Korean company plastered across the entire length of it. But there is literally no way.
Wait, and the North Korean people have to fucking pay for like a shitty cut, like rip of 480p Arsenal's Netflix, or not Netflix, Amazon Prime documentary. Like they're paying for like a 480p rip of like a shitty, like not a shitty documentary, but like a shitty version of a documentary.
That this North Korean company could have bought the license to sell this content.
Why doesn't somebody do something about this? Yeah, Zach, why doesn't Amazon fucking sue North Korea for fucking copyright infringement?
There are literally sanctions on US companies like Amazon for collaborating with them. There's games too, tons of them, but I just want to show you this football game for a second. It opens with bizarrely the same logo that we just saw on the Amazon Prime show, so it seems like this is some sort of large-scale media redistribution brand who's taking international content and making it North Korea compliant. Then we see the boot-up screen with the game's title being International Soccer League 2.0, which is just so
Is this just FIFA Mobile? Is this just a rip of FIFA Mobile? They like change all the players to like North Koreans though. It's like messy, but they just like change it. Like everybody's just reskinned just like fully. Like it's just every team's just only North Korean citizens.
interesting because this shot of Messi's face, I reverse image searched it, is not from International Soccer League 2.0, but instead a screen grab from a trailer of Japanese-made Pro Evolution Soccer. The other thing that I think is absolutely fascinating about this football game is the Asian players are missing. Like, you can select the team.
I was joking. I was fully joking. There's no way they got rid of all the Asian people if they weren't North Korean.
Team, Tottenham Hotspur, with all the correct roster as of 2022 when the game was launched.
But they're missing all the Asian people.
But with the only South Korean member of that team, Son Heung-min, not present. They just chopped him. Again, presumably to not show North Koreans that South Koreans have proper international...
Oh my god, bro, because no. Yo, they had to do that. Because if you were playing this game as a North Korean citizen, you'd be like, wait, this guy's on a fucking UK professional soccer team, and he's from fucking South Korea?
athletic careers. In fact, just the general situation with apps in North Korea is so different to what you and I are used to. The first thing that jumps out is there's just so many of them. Like, have you ever seen this?
I low-key feel like this phone emits radiation, but like not like ionizing radiation. Like this, I feel like this phone, like if you slept next to it, would probably cause some health problems.
This many apps pre-installed on a smartphone. This right here is a medicine app, but a medicine app where you can order whatever you might need for home delivery. There's maps with navigation too, although fascinatingly, it doesn't show a clear dividing line between North and South Korea, and also doesn't let you zoom any further out than the country itself. It's a little bit more advanced.
Bro, you can't see the fuck. Do you think they have a globe? Do you think they have a globe? Do you think they teach? Bro, we've seen so many documentaries about North Korea. I don't think I've ever actually asked that or, like, looked into that. Do they know what, like, the continents look like?
Than I was expecting in
They have to. They have to.
some ways too.
The Earth's flat? I don't think they think the Earth's flat because there's no religion. There's no religion, and that's where, like, it kind of got phased out. There would be no reason for them to say the Earth's flat.
Like, there's a store here where you can buy things like
And there are genuine fucking scientists in North Korea. Like, dude, there's people working on, like, military high-grade, like, physics-based shit.
smartwatches and
So they know the Earth's round.
TVs, all using an electronic wallet, and it's part of the intranet. It's also on this phone, really surprising to see. If we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff, this is...
It's so weird, though, that they're just, like, choosing random logos to just kind of rip for different apps.
online gambling, with even the option
Huh? North Korea has gambling?
of the intranet. It's also on this phone, really surprising to see. If we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff, this is online gambling, with even the option for sports betting, as well as just
What fucking sport are you gonna bet on? North Korean sports?
a pretty hefty catalog of video content that you can download.
Oh my god, how much are you gonna bet that shit's fucking rigged to the gills? Oh my god. Betting on a fucking North Korean football match and you fucking throw like $5,000 on some shit, they're like, just lose. Just lose. I go, okay.
Download onto the phones. But you can also see that the North Korean government's influence permeates every layer of this, even the types of movies available. I couldn't find one from the US or South Korea, but Russian movies? Loads of them. Remember, the criteria here is not which movies does the North Korean population like the most, it's which movies does the regime want the population to watch. And so it makes sense that it's all filled with Russian content since Russia is one of North Korea's closest political allies. And Russian ideologies line up very closely to North Korean ones. There's also, weirdly...
Yeah, but it's Russian ideologies, but it's not just Russian film. What's that one movie where they use real bullets that was a Russian film that we watched? Come and see. I'm telling you right now, the North Korean people do not have access to come and see. That's like an anti-war like movie about how horrible it is for people and it ruins lives, families, and fucking everything. Yeah, no shot in hell they'd have that.
A bunch
They have access to Russian films that are pre-approved.
of Indian movies, including ones that I've seen before, like Three Idiots. The link between North Korea and India isn't as clear-cut, but the guys from Daily NK have a theory that Indian culture hits a bit of a sweet spot. It's kind of different enough to seem exotic and interesting to North Koreans,
but they won't want it.
but while still not posing a threat to their culture
Yeah, it's not going to make them want to change their own culture.
in the way that Western content does. And then there's just a whole load of apps that feel not just guided by the government, but directly requested by them. Like this one is entirely biographies of past and current North Korean rulers. Something else I've never seen before is a general guidance app, which is split into 4 categories: laws, regulations, a legal dictionary, and then common sense, which really is exactly what it sounds
You imagine you're doing some sketchy shit on your fucking North Korean iPhone, and like out of nowhere you just get a fucking phone call and it's just Kim Jong-un's face. It's like John Pork, but worse.
like. It's so strange. It's like
way worse.
how should we legally understand the family? Who are relatives? Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving
Wait, what?
legally understand really is exactly what it sounds like. It's so strange. It's like, how should we legally understand the family? Who are relatives? Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving every single person the same set of ideologies and learnings, and even there's like a humor section here, so that they affect
Yeah, it says something about same-sex marriage. I'm assuming North Korea doesn't like gay people.
effectively become the same person, to squash individuality. There's even a cooking app which guides you through how to make traditional North Korean cuisine. And all of these more official looking apps, they open by first showing you a famous quote from one of their leaders, which so feels like something you'd see on the loading screen of a dystopian video game, but this is real life. And then there's also just a ton of games to play.
Oh my god, ton of games to play. This shit looks like it was made by ChatGPT yesterday. That looked like some shit I would have played in like 2008.
Most of them feel pretty simple, with a big emphasis on offline play, which is true for the whole phone experience. It's actually wild how much we've been able to show and do, and that's all no doubt because the internet situation in North Korea is so sketchy. So crazy amount of stuff on both of these phones. But there's a very good reason for that. See, getting new apps is not as easy for North Koreans as it is for us. They have an app store. You can download apps on your own, but, and I can't actually quite wrap my head around how this is the reality, you can't open those apps until you've taken your phone to an in-person store where they will authorize them for use and download the necessary back-end data for them to function. And believe it or not,
What? So if you want to download an app to use it, you have to basically redo like a background check at like a physical fucking phone store for them to like give you access to play fucking Flappy Bird.
there's an extra wrinkle that comes with this. Your apps in North Korea expire. So this one here is telling me it's
Oh my god, you have to get renewed access to use an app. Oh my god. Do you have to pay? Is that money?
run out, and is basically asking if I want to pay for 6 months or for 12 months for a bit of a discount, effectively making
Oh my God. Don't let EA get their hands on this. Don't let EA get their fucking hands on this. North Korea's charging people to use an app. They have a paid subscription service for like a fucking free thing. Like just a regular app you would use on your phone.
free app a paid subscription, even ones you would not expect to be, like the laws of North Korea. Bearing in mind, North Korea is one of the poorest countries in the world, with its national income per person being just 3.4% of that of South Korea.
Then how are they buying phones? This has to be solely restricted towards like the top 5% of North Koreans. Like I could see the average not the average North Korean. I could see like a middle like not middle class. I want to say the median North Korean individual by income having like a pager where they have like a phone that like is so restricted. It's basically just like a flip phone where they can call like 4 people. And it's like how they talk to their boss, or like if the government needs to send them a message or something. Like I could see that, but I feel like this is just not, no one has this.
Concept of being able to sustain a large library of apps is a luxury that very few will be able to afford. And that's assuming you
Oh my God, imagine you have to pay to use settings. Sorry, your settings subscription expired. You have to pay us $40 to use the settings app.
can even afford the phone.
But we already uninstalled it because you didn't pay for it. So now you need to go in person to get settings reinstalled. You didn't pay to use the App Store, so you can't download apps. You need to pay us to be able to use the app to apps to get the App Store. Well, here's the real conundrum. The App Store app got deleted off your phone. So even if you did go in person, you wouldn't be able to reinstall it because they can't re-download the App Store. You just should have paid for it. So your phone's basically a brick. You're going to need to buy a new one.
Did find a way to sideload your apps without going to a physical store for that authorization, or if you found a way to get around the app expiration system, which we realized.
Do you think you have any North Korean viewers? No. We're 16 minutes into this video, and you just asked whether or not you think they have YouTube?
As you could temporarily do just by changing the date on your phone to an earlier one. There's a very important reason.
Wait, you could jailbreak the phone, huh?
That's assuming you can even afford the phone in the first place. Now, even if you did find a way to sideload your apps without going to a physical store for that authorization, or if you found a way to get around the app expiration system, which we realize you could temporarily do just by changing the date on your phone to an earlier one, there's a very important reason
I would be fucking mortified to do that as a North Korean citizen. My God. No, I'm fucking following the rule book by the fucking book, dude. Oh my God. You have a North Korean iPhone, you're like, oh, they want me to pay to reuse this. What if I just change it back a year and redo my subscription? You just hear your phone just starts going, I'd chuck it in a river.
why you might not want to try that in North Korea. And it's called Red Flag. Red Flag is an underlying layer of surveillance software that appears on all phones sold in North Korea. We know it exists because we can see the effects of it, and I'm told older versions used to be really easy to see and get around, but in these newer phones, Red Flag is now baked into the lowest level of the Android software, making it almost untraceable and impenetrable. Plus, it blocks off developer settings, which you can normally unlock by tapping this build number several times, meaning that it stops you figuring out what is really going on behind the scenes. But the idea of Red Flag is to persistently make sure that what you're doing on your phone is legitimate. So every file, every app, every photo that you take has a digital signature, a record that signals to the phone
You
where...
start fucking snapping pictures of your butthole, dude. Oh my God, dude. There's just one guy at a big fucking he's at like a fucking huge monitor screen in North Korea, just like monitoring everybody's phones. He's just like, dude, what's this one guy doing?
that file originated from.
Holy fuck.
Red Flag makes sure that
They like come flag you down. You're like, dude, I don't know. I thought I had like an abscess or something.
the only files or apps that can be opened on these phones are either ones with the North Korean government signature or a self-signature, which is files that originate from the phone itself, like photos from your camera. Anything else originating from anyone else won't have an approved signature, and so will not open. It'll just get automatically deleted by the software when it's sent to one of these phones. Now,
Oh, so you're not in trouble. It'll just remove it.
That doesn't seem to have stopped people from trying to get unauthorized content to work. There was an extensive report from Martin Williams and Niklaus Scheiss, which goes into how some would try to skirt the system by opening foreign files via the phone's web browser. But now that the signature checks are happening on a deeper device level, it can pick those up. It doesn't work. Or there was a Daily NK report last year that mentioned while North Koreans couldn't store outside videos on their phones, they could insert SD cards containing the material into their phones instead. However, there is one final, very sinister surveillance feature, clearly designed to deter any attempts at this. These devices, both of them, will take periodic screenshots as you're using them.
I thought that was the red flag thing. What the fuck? Am I stupid? That's what I thought he was just talking about. Like that it was just showing times and you couldn't click on it. Isn't that what it is?
See these screenshots being taken in the same way that you'd expect to. But you know it's happening because I can actually show you the folder where they're being stored. I can see this has actually been taking screenshots today while I've been recording this video. The frequency of the shots seems to vary, but it's many times per day. And the most alarming part.
Yeah, that is very... Do you think it's on a random timer or what? Because it was like an hour and a half, like a day. But oh, wait, no. I'm looking at it backwards. Wait, am I? I feel like this isn't organized. It looks like it could take it every like 10 minutes or every 5 hours.
Many times per day. And the most alarming part of it is all you can do is look. You can't click on them. You can't check them. You can't delete them. Now, whether the phones are sending those grabs over the intranet to the government continuously, or if they're just used when an official has doubts about you and wants to specifically confirm their suspicions, it's anyone's guess. But would you want to risk it in North Korea? Based on accounts from people who've escaped, this is a country which, since at least 2020, has had a law that spells out distributing and even just watching South Korean entertainment is punishable by death. People who distribute
Bro, watching like Squid Games, it would give you would get the death penalty. Watching Squid Games, they would kill you. Like that is a crime that not like you're a serial killer that murdered fucking 15 people. No, sorry, you watched an anime. Now you die and your family's getting thrown in a camp.
This content are tried alongside drug criminals. It's considered the same tier of crime, which says a lot about the priorities of the regime. So it really feels like every part of these devices, from the words you're allowed to type to the videos you're allowed to watch, are designed to reinforce a single narrative. North Korea is superior, foreign influence is dangerous, and everything you do is being watched. It makes me very grateful for how easy tech is made for the rest of us.
Is this an ad? It's an ad. Yo, I was gonna say that's wild though that they're charging $1,000 still. Like they're charging the price of an iPhone for something that does 1/30th of what an iPhone does. Anyways, that was a fun video to watch. Next. Hard in the sense that when you're in a scenario where you have to parallel park, a lot of the time there's not designated spots. It's just street parking where people aimlessly park anywhere on the road. And there's going to be spots that have this much space and spots that have this much space. And you need to be able to pull up to a spot, stare at it, and go, yeah, I could fit in that. And then fucking, while other cars are flying past you because you're on a road, and so you have to fucking park. And if you fuck up, now you got to pull back out, and then people are getting annoyed because you're blocking them.
Brutal. You're in a car with this string.
I'd rather park further than parallel park. If you're ever in a big city where there's just street parking, that's the only option. Unless you want to walk an hour to wherever the fuck you're going.
Danger, and the whole time you're
or pay for parking in certain scenarios. But a lot of the time you pay for street parking.
You're trying to impress him like it's a date
you don't need to learn that. Just Uber or something. Yeah, just spend $180 to Uber.
Agree to. You flick the blinker on 2 streets early, and so he notices, like, see, I'm responsible. Meanwhile, he's staring out the window, sighing, writing hieroglyphics on his clipboard, 0 validation. Now comes the actual road test, easily the most stressful 15 minutes of your life. You've been practicing for...
Oh my God, I will agree. No, I actually will agree. I think one of the most stressful things isn't like first day of high school, first day of college. It is the second you're fucking waiting for your driver's test to start. Where you're like, you see the person walk around your car and do an inspection, because they inspect your car first, and then they get in.
Months, but the second that instructor sits in the passenger seat, your brain forgets how cars even work. Like, I'll be gripping the wheel so hard, you think I'm landing a plane. And the instructors never help either. They just sit there in complete silence, scribbling on their little clipboard like they're writing
Yeah, they try to stress you out. I think they enjoy that part, though.
your obituary. You could literally save a baby duck crossing the road, and they'd still be like, you didn't check your mirrors enough. Automatic fail. The worst part is they never tell you how you're doing during the test. Like, you're just sweating bullets, thinking, okay, I nailed that stop.
One, don't you have to wait mad long if you fail? It's longer than a written test. It's probably depending on the state. You have to wait 2 weeks to retake it. But if you fail 3 times, you have to wait 6 months. Wow. So if you fail multiple times in a row, you have to wait a half of a year.
Stop sign, right? That was clean. Meanwhile, the guy's just clicking his pen like
That's not bad, bro. That sucks.
he's deciding if you deserve human rights. And parallel parking, that's the final boss. You could drive perfectly the entire test, but if you so much as touch the curb, they act like you just committed a felony. Like, bro, half the adults out here park like absolute garbage. Why is this a standard? And if you fail, oh, that's the walk of shame. Nothing hurts more than walking out of the DMV while some 16-year-old behind you is celebrating like they just won the Super Bowl. You gotta call your parents like, yeah, so we're gonna be Ubering for a few more weeks. And the retest, way worse, because now the instructor already knows you're trash. They sit down like, oh, it's you again. And suddenly every tiny mistake is magnified. Forgot your blinker? Fail. Rolled half an inch over the line? Fail. Blinked too aggressively? Fail.
Well, no, I think there's like point values for different things. Like if you like roll a stoplight, there's certain things that are immediate fails. But if you're going like a mile over the speed limit, I feel like they'll probably dock points, but I doubt you'll immediately just fail.
It really feels like a driving test is more like some government-sanctioned hazing ritual. Like, congrats, you survived high school. Now let's see if you can survive me quietly judging you for 15
The driver's license exam during COVID was crazy. The instructor just stood outside in the parking lot and watched me drive and park so they weren't in the car. Nah, that's even worse. That's even worse. Just having like some dude like Slender Man in his suit, the clipboard, just watching you drive around a parking lot. Just like he's scouting you with like football. Oh my God. It's like, I feel like the silence would be even more deafening. You're just talking to yourself. You're just like, oh, fuck, dude. I wonder what he's writing.
And if you do pass, congrats. Now you get to join the most chaotic experience of all, driving with your friends. Because the second you pick them up, they act like your car is a party bus. Someone's fighting for the aux, somebody else is hanging halfway through the window, and there's always that one friend in the back spilling Taco Bell all over your seats like it's their own personal trash can. Suddenly you're not the cool guy with the car, you're the unpaid Uber driver. Every text is just, bro, can you pick me up? We need a ride. Like, damn, I didn't get this license so I could chauffeur half the school. I just wanted to get a McFlurry without adult supervision. Then comes the gas money argument. Every group has that one guy who never pays. You could drive them across the entire state, drop them off at their front door, and they'll hit you with, bro, I'll get you next time. Spoiler, there is no next time. This man hasn't seen a gas pump in his life. And the thing about being first in your group with the license is suddenly you're everybody's servant. Like, you're not their friend anymore, you're their tax.
Yeah, that is true. The earlier you get your license, the more you got to drive people around.
See, midnight trip.
That doesn't change, though. It's not like, oh, you're stuck doing that, but there's always somebody in a friend group that's usually like a designated driver or somebody that drives people most of the time. Also dependent on the car you have. If you want to life hack, get a smart car. Get a 2-seater smart car, then nobody's going to ask you to drive them places. If you get like a fucking 6-person SUV, all of your friends are going to want you to take them places.
To Taco Bell, guess you're driving. Someone's crush lives 20 minutes away, you're driving. Someone wants to just cruise, guess what? You're driving. Meanwhile, your tank's on empty and you're praying your parents don't notice you burn through half a paycheck in gas money. And late night drives are their own horror movie. Everyone's laughing, music's blasting, but the second you get pulled over, all your so-called friends just turn into lawyers in the backseat whispering advice. Bro, don't admit anything. Just tell him you're speeding because your grandma's sick. Like, shut up, man. You're the reason I missed the stop sign in the first place. Here's the thing nobody tells you. once the hype dies down, you realize that driving kind of sucks. Like, yeah, you've got the freedom, but now you also are stuck dealing with the absolute worst people on the road. You've got the guy who thinks turn signals are optional, the lady going 20 and
Dude, I've low-key done some shit like that. Not to the point where it was that dangerous, but I've, like, borderline missed an exit, and, like, the next exit to where I'm going is fucking 10 miles down the road. And if there's not a lot of people on the road, I'm hitting a quick 70 to 0, hard pivot right, and then just fucking rip the exit.
the lady going 20 in the fast lane, and of course, the dude in the lifted truck who takes it personally if you merge in front of him. And don't even get me started on traffic. Like, nothing humbles you faster than sitting bumper to bumper for 40 minutes to go 3 miles. You're sitting there like, wow, I really begged the DMV for this privilege. Parking lots are war zones. It doesn't matter if it's Walmart, Costco, or some random strip mall. People will straight up cut across 10 spaces diagonally just to beat you by 5 seconds. And there's always that one psychopath who backs into every spot like they're rehearsing for NASCAR pit crew tryouts. Once you get sick of borrowing your parents' minivan, reality hits. You gotta buy your own car, which sounds awesome until you realize every option is either insanely expensive or complete garbage. Like, it's either a
Yeah, you're either going to get something that's reliable. It's really hard to find, like, a semi-cheap or, I guess, reliable car that's not, you know, $40,000. Like, if you're getting a used car for $10K, a lot of the time it might run well for the first few months, and then you're going to have, like, your transmission be shot. Or something's going to fucking break. You need to change your tire. Well, a lot of the time, if you get it from a dealership, they're going to give you new tires. But you'll have, like, your brakes give out or something else that's just not going to fucking work. A Honda. Yeah, a lot of the time, dude, some people getting, like, a used Honda Civic with 230,000 miles on it. That fucking engine's going to fall out of the fucking car. But I mean, like, what else do you get?
brand new car that costs more than your entire net worth, or a 2003 Honda Civic with 280,000 miles and a quirky rattling noise that definitely means the engine's about to explode. And the seller is always
The AC doesn't work. Dude, I feel like every time a car reaches, like, 200,000 miles, the AC gives out and it makes, like, a weird sputtering noise. Like... Like, was there a dead rat in the fucking car? What is that?
like it's a hidden gem, like, oh yeah, it runs great, just don't roll down the windows or touch the AC, and make sure you keep a jug of coolant in the trunk at all times. Bro, that is not a car, that's a time bomb on wheels. Insurance? Forget about it. The government basically looks at you, a 17-year-old, and says, yeah, you're definitely crashing within the first 6 months.
Oh, is this a turn right here? Shoot, crap. Everyone hang on, I'm sorry, I love you. I love you so much, I'm so sorry.
They charge you like $400 a month for the privilege of driving a car that barely starts. And when you do finally buy one, it's not freedom. It's another money pit. Oil changes, tires, random lights popping up on the dashboard. It's like you're playing whack-a-mole. You think you're buying an independence, but in reality, you're just signing up for permanent debt. So yeah, getting your license is hyped up like it's the key to freedom, but it's really just the start of a whole new headache. First, you traumatize your parents, then some guy in a polo shirt makes you parallel park, then you get judged by a DMV executioner with a clipboard, and eventually you go broke from gas, insurance, and your friends mooching rides. So yeah, getting your license is just your first subscription plan to adulthood, and trust me, there's no cancel button. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed all my videos.
I don't know. I still think it's an overall net positive to be able to get a license. I think there are a lot of downsides, but I don't think it's something that it's like, oh, this should be dreaded, you know? That was a fun video, though. Check, I got 30 seconds.
Titanic, and you know that one boat is designated for you and your family.
What types of events would these bunkers protect you from?
We emphasize that our bunkers are built to be NBC proof.
Chat, if you're on the Titanic, I think this is a question for the men. If you're on the Titanic, are you staying off the ship till the end? I'm not gonna take a woman or child's place on a boat. However, I'm getting off that fucking boat. I'm getting off that fucking boat. I don't know how, but I'm getting off that boat. I'm a minor, I would go first. Okay, let me say this. If in the Titanic, when the boats were sinking, I'm assuming the chatter that just said that you're probably like a 16-year-old man. You're not getting on the boat. They're kicking your ass off. right? If you walk up to the lead guy that's shuffling women and children onto the boat, and you go, "Well, I'm 17. Can I?" They're kicking your ass off, bitch. You got to find your own way off that fucking boat. You know what I mean? Like I think when they say like women and children first, they mean women and like toddlers. Like you got to be young for them to be like, okay, yeah, I'll let you off.
Which means nuclear, biological, and chemical. So you could go in there for any reason, including tornadoes, hurricanes, or even a civil unrest or people driving around trying to shoot holes into your house.
And now it was time to go see one.
A builder is building 86 houses. He's decided every single house will automatically have a movie theater in it that will also be a bomb shelter.
I mean, now we're just living in luxury. This isn't even a fucking... We got a movie theater. We got a movie theater in the shelter. I feel like if you're going to spend millions of dollars on the shelter, just make the shelter your house. So in that sense, I kind of get it. Like, just have a piece of property and have your house be the bunker.
Ron's bunkers have become popular because
like live underground.
they're dual use. Everyday luxury on the surface, doomsday bunker when shit hits the fan.
Let's go.
Okay, so Ron had told me we were going to see a finished $700,000 bunker, but unfortunately, that's not the case. He brought me to a new construction, though, that's apparently going to sell for $1.6 million. And part of this construction, right by that dirt mound over there, is a $700,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Can I say, shouldn't you put it a little more underground? Like, we're right on the dirt surface, you know? Is this the roof? I feel like it should be like, 8-10 feet under, like a little over the water table.
$100,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Now, remember, I'm going to give you footage of a finished one that you
Oh,
can
it's pretty deep.
edit it in, okay? This one's got 9-foot ceilings. This is the stage that will go back in that corner. This is a gun cabinet. It's a remote control gun cabinet. This will come down. It's got a roll shutter. So this is a bunker man cave movie theater. This is the escape tunnel. This way, if the person in the bunker feels like they're worried about being trapped in the bunker, it gives them a secondary means of egress. What we have here is a full kitchen. You got room for a full-size fridge. You got granite counters, stainless steel microwave, stainless steel sink, plenty of cupboards and overhead shelving. Okay, so this is the one and only bedroom in here. There will be the NBC air filtration system will be mounted in this room. There's also a closet with access to the plumbing and all the water tanks.
Custom built.
Where's the room where they start eating each other after they run out of food? Is that also part of the man cave where they're watching Home Alone for the 15th time during the apocalypse? And there's no real relevance to those movies anymore because the world's ended.
Bunkers like the one we just saw is only one part of.
So watching Kevin McAllister try to stop the two thieves that are breaking into his house on Christmas no longer really has the same oomph that it used to.
Ron's business. He also sells prefab bunkers that are made at his headquarters and then installed on site.
Okay, this is a 72,000 square foot factory that does all the welding, fabrication, finishes out the interiors of the bomb shelters.
They do look sturdy. I will say that.
All right, this is a prefabbed bunker here at the Atlas facility. Not too bad.
How would you describe your customer?
I get a lot of people that are 55, 60 years old. They just sold their company. They want to
near the end days anyway, buddy. I mean, why are we even prepping?
Buy a ranch in Texas. And
60 years old? I mean, dude, the world ends. It's already, I'm just calling it quits there. If I'm 60 years old and the nukes start dropping, it's just, whatever. It was a good run.
They want to have a secret bunker with a secret passage. Whoever's sitting in the White House affects the...
For their family? True. Valid point.
So Trump is absolutely horrible for business because the customers that buy the bunkers, a lot of them are Trump supporters, and they feel safe with Trump in office.
And he's not afraid to name drop.
For Zuckerberg, for an example, it's not really any bigger than what I'm doing for the Tate brothers right now. And I'm building them a 2,000.
He's building a fucking bunker for Andrew and Tristan Tate.
300 square foot bunker in Romania. I just sold a bunker to one of Trump's right-hand people. I did 2 bunkers for one of his cabinet members.
That's bad news. That's bad news. That's bad news. Pause. Why are we glancing past that? Hold up. Somebody that personally is a right-hand man to Trump's buying a bunker right now from you? That's not good.
6 months ago.
Throughout this time that I've been here today, Ron's phone has been ringing off the hook. So clearly, he's very busy.
Yeah, hello? Hello? Atlas is Ron.
As the fucking supreme leader of Iran in the Ayatollah just got murdered.
We make...
When was this video made? 9 days ago. Also, W Channel, by the way, Morning Brew. My God, this video is interesting.
Bomb shelters. You go down there and make love in it. Yeah, Atlas. Atlas is Ron. But what I'm going to show you here is my magnets. Last year I did 340 days in hotels. So it means I spent 25 nights in my own bed. But that is what the job calls for. So my clients call, I travel.
Overall, this is a very impressive business that Ron has built. He might be a little out there, but whatever he's doing is working.
Beyond bunkers, there are a slew of other very expensive doomsday solutions in this price tier. High security compounds, remote land with airstrips, armored vehicles, $25 million bunker membership.
This is what I see as a foolproof bunker, okay? When I see somebody prepping, I think it's this or nothing. Like an actual Fallout Warzone based shelter in the middle of nowhere.
There's a company called Safe that engineers some of the most impressive stuff you'll see in this space. Like a fortress in America that has a moat with cannons that can shoot flammable liquid onto the moat to light it on fire. The compound has multiple tunnels leading in and out, and one of them can be activated to basically act like a giant microwave. Wild stuff.
All right, well, that's the end of the day with Ron, and that was quite the experience. Let's just say I'm not surprised the guy that's the king of luxury doomsday bunkers operates the way he does. It's hard for me to say what my takeaways are. I'm kind of torn, to be honest.
Obviously, Ron makes a compelling case for bunkers, but Scott sees things differently.
I'm not a pro-bunker guy unless they are for tornado shelters. They require constant attention, maintenance, intervention. Bunkers are easy to disable as well. If somebody finds your bunker, you're not getting out of it. They're not where you should.
Oh, what? Like they'll just block you in. You'll never be out. You'll never be able to leave.
Your money when it comes to preparedness.
So why do you think people buy them and spend ridiculous amounts of money on them?
Because they have ridiculous amounts of money to begin with. You've opened up a big can of worms here.
Yeah, like why do they have like cubicles in this shelter? What are we doing on a fucking Mac on a Mac computer right now?
To begin with, you've opened up a big can of worms here, James. What is that?
So to bring it back to my core question, how much do you think it would realistically cost me to survive the apocalypse?
About $1 million. No, I'm just kidding. So I don't think I could throw a dollar amount at surviving the apocalypse. So let's come up with a realistic scenario and how much it would cost to mitigate against that. Can we do that?
My follow-up was, is that even a fair question?
Okay. I do believe that you should prepare, that everybody should prepare for the scenarios that you've already seen happen in your life, the likely scenarios.
So it looks like no amount of money will truly save me or you in an apocalypse or doomsday scenario. It might buy you time, it might make things a little more comfortable, but there's no product, bunker, or system that guarantees survival when everything completely falls apart. If I got
that one guy, not Ron Hubbard, the other dude, seemed a lot more about like natural disaster preparedness versus actually getting ready to fucking survive a nuclear blast.
Plus the bunker, this is how much I would have spent. Overall,
$739,000
I would have spent. Overall, I think the industry has seen so much growth because there's been a convergence of disaster preparedness and doomsday prepping. Disaster preparedness is backed by governments, insurers, and utilities. It's boring, practical. Doomsday prepping has always been culturally fringe. It's individualized. But climate disasters are more frequent, power grids are less reliable, insurance is retreating in certain areas, the pandemic was a wake-up call, and governments are increasingly telling people to be more self-sufficient in an emergency. Now there's a middle ground made up of average people like you and I who don't want to rely entirely on institutions, but still want to be prepared for when something goes wrong. How far someone goes and how much they're willing to spend is defined by how likely they think that disaster they're prepping for is, or how paranoid they are about it, if it's more on the extreme side. And yes, there are definitely companies and products that take advantage of escalating fear and paranoia. Like I said before, we have been through a lot, and we're all just a little bit more uncertain. So, in my opinion, prepping didn't really go mainstream. It just got rebranded. Ron, what do you...
Yeah, I think that, like, a lot of these businesses are obviously going to be like, oh, you need... Like, you can't really take Ron's word alone. Because obviously he has a financial incentive to go, hey, the apocalypse could happen at any moment. You need to have a fucking bunker. Because, like, he makes money on bunkers. Like, if they're making money from the business, you have to take, like, what they say, you know, in some level of validity, but also, like, recognize there's an incentive for them to give you that information. Genetics of the strongest possible human. 1 in 10 quadrillion. I don't even know what that is.
What are the limits of human strength, and what does that limit look like?
Half Thor Julius Bjornsson. Do you think there's ever going to be... There has to be. Do you think there's a limit that we're going to hit where, like, world records just cease to be broken? Like the Usain Bolts and Half Thor Bjornssons that break the deadlift world record in the 100-meter. It's just all fucking washed. You know, like, maybe once every 30 years some guy beats it, but, like, the 100-meter be beaten by, like, 0.01, 0.02, you know? Which is still big in, like, the 100-meter sense, especially world record-wise. But, like, I feel like there's going to be a full cap. Like, eventually people will stop being as strong or as powerful as they previously were. But, like, I genuinely believe, like, Half Thor is, like, a limit to, like, strength, at least. It's, like, 7 feet tall, 400 pounds. I'm like, how much bigger can you get as a person?
Strength means a lot of things to a lot of different people. To an arm wrestler, it looks like this. To a powerlifter, it looks like this. And in China, it might even look like this.
Was that a guy swinging something from his nutsack?
So to make sure that we're all on the same page, let's go ahead and narrow it down. We're going to use the sport of strongman, which is arguably the most well-rounded strength sport in existence. We're going to look at the absolute genetic limits of human performance and ask what is required to push those limits forward. And in the process, we're going...
I always wonder if, like, a lot of those pro athletes specifically try to, like... I don't want to use the word mate, but, like, have kids with somebody that's also, like, a genetic, like, I don't want to say freak either, but, like, somebody that's, you know, just a monster of their sport. Like, because you see a lot of these, no, genuinely, you see a lot of these strong men, and they're, like, 7 feet tall, 400 pounds, and, like, they could most definitely have a kid that's way stronger than them, but I feel like they kind of 50-50 their odds. Because, like, all of those top strongmen marry, like, 4'10", non in the sports women.
Push those limits forward. And in the process, we're going to build the perfect strongman.
That's what Yao Ming did. What, he, like, purposely wanted to have a kid with somebody that he thought would be able to, like, combine with his genetics to make somebody that's, like, a super athlete. I feel like that's a little weird, though, you know? Like, I kind of respect the... just going off of love more, because you're Brian, you're fucking, oh my God, what is his name? Brian Shaw. You're Brian Shaw, you know, it's like fucked up if you're Brian Shaw's kid and they're like, yeah, we don't actually love each other. We just wanted to have a fucking sports monster. And that's you. You're not supposed to do anything in your life outside of lift big rock. because that's what we made. That's what we did. We wanted crazy genetics for no, like that's fucked. But that's what you would have to do to have somebody that's like the peak in genetics.
Now, we all think of muscle as the biggest and most important aspect of strength, and while it is certainly important, your frame is going to determine what your baseline potential is. It determines how much muscle you can hold and how efficient you're going to be when you actually go to use it. If you take a squat or a bench press, the most optimized build is going to be the ever sought after Chad Dachshund build. Most of your height is going to be in your torso.
Yeah, I felt like the best bench build is to have really short arms, where your bench is just like, and that's like a full rep.
Most of your height is going to be in your torsos, and your legs are going to look like little malformed nubs. Now,
what the fuck?
Hyper-optimized Hobbit builds have broken the sports of powerlifting and Olympic weightlifting. This actually isn't very useful in day-to-day life. It turns out that the perfect strongman build is going to be two things. Tall.
Just big as fuck. That's what. Is there actually a perfect strongman build? I feel like it's just be like 7 feet tall and 450 pounds.
And apey. Tall because it's
tall and apey. Tall and apey, like big, like long arms. Like they're tall and also have very long limbs.
Easier to load to high platforms when the platform is at your belly button. It also gives you a longer stride for moving events, and it potentiates more mass. I know many of you are already feverishly typing pound for pound in the comments, but stop and think for a minute. If you had to ride a bird, you wouldn't pass up the ostrich because a roadrunner has a higher dot score. We're talking about limits, and that means maxing out the things that push those limits further, and with strength, that means being big. Capiche? So those prototypes in strongman have already existed with Hafthor Bjornsson, Brian Shaw, Tom Stoltman, all men that are 6'8" or taller and weigh on the order of 200 kilos at their peak. Now, height is distributed
200 fucking kilograms, chat. You can't get bigger than that and reasonably be able to fill that frame. You know what I mean? Like, genetics of the strongest possible human. When you see guys that are like above 7 feet, like NBA players, even ones that are bigger, like a lot of the time they don't fill out because they're more lanky because they're just fucking so tall. And even when you're like this big, dude, everyday life, like, yeah, you could have the genetically most strongest possible human there. They're not going to be able to fucking do anything. They can't fit in cars. They can't go on planes. They can't fucking fit through door frames. Everything needs to be custom built. They have to order their shoes online from a fucking factory directly where they're going to have some guy fucking sew his shoes for him. Bro, Wemby is he's not like lanky how other NBA players are. How old is Victor Wembanyama? Or not old, tall. 7'4". He's big. Like, honestly, chat, he's thin, but he's like pretty jacked for somebody of his height. Like, but that's what I'm saying. This guy's 7'4". He would never be 450 pounds. Like, he has the tall, thin build. He's not 7'4", he's 7'7". It said he was 7'4". Is he really 7'7"? No, it says he's 7'4". He's not officially 7'7". He's officially set as 7'4" for the San Antonio Spurs. Anyways, either way, like, when you're above 7 feet tall, like, you just can't fill out your body. It's hard. Even if, I mean, these guys are on fucking copious amounts of steroids. So, you know, you could put that into part of the process. But
a bell curve.
He's still growing. Does he have Marfan syndrome?
In the population, there are going to be a lot of people centered around the average global height of 5'7.5" for men. And every inch increase in height becomes exponentially more rare. Be sure to remember this in the event that you see my wife on the street so that you can remind her that her husband is in fact a tall man. The physical stature of the giants and strongman is very rare indeed. 6'9" is estimated to be 1 in 50,000 people. And to push that limit a bit,
7'1" is 1 in hundreds of millions. That's why I always love the statistic that if you know somebody that's 7 feet tall, there's like a 1 in 10 chance they're in the NBA right now. Not even like a previous NBA player. If you know somebody that's 7 feet tall, there's like literally a 10% chance they're currently in the NBA, like playing in the NBA.
If you're 7 feet, you're looking at 1 in 10 million. So if you're mapping out the genetic blueprint of this perfect strongman, you might just look at the pituitary gland and think, I'm just going to supercharge that sucker. We're going to infuse all of the gigantism that we can into this specimen. This fetus is going to be flooded with...
But there's a level of mobility reduction to where they're not going to be able to lift things either. Like you still need some level of speed and agility for strongmen and strength in general. Like when you see guys that are over like 7'5" run, dude, it's like watching like literally a stick figure try to like sprint. Like they can't cut like most people do. And that's why there's so much coaching for like Wembanyama. He has so much coaching for mobility and how he's able to move. That's why he's such a good player, because most guys that are his height can't move the way he does.
More growth hormone than a deceased IFBB pro, and we're going to make sure this thing makes Andre the Giant look like a pipsqueak. Now, there is a problem with taking these genetic shortcuts. The flood of hormones that results in this egregious amount of growth tends to lead to wonky bone growth, leading to things like scoliosis. You end up with nerve problems from the bones impeding on the actual nerves and blood vessels. And even though the muscles themselves are technically bigger, they're not structurally sound. The flood of hormones can actually lead to something called acromegalic myopathy, and it's muscle weakness due to the growth hormone-induced metabolic and structural changes. And it's actually not uncommon for changes in joint mechanics to cause instability, especially in the knees, shoulders, and ankles. You got Andre the Giant, who at 7'4", was using braces and canes by his 30s. And colleagues in the WWF recalled that he could no longer lift opponents by the late 1980s, even though
he also, though, was an anomaly of a man that was that tall and also fucking jacked. Him and, who's the other guy that's really tall? He's in the longest yard, still alive. He wasn't jacked. Who am I thinking of? Also, yeah, he was. Yes, he was jacked. Jacked not meaning like ripped, like jacked meaning huge, like strong. Yeah, Great Khali was jacked. That's who I'm thinking of. Like, bro. This guy was fucking shredded. Actually, though. Great Khali is like more our era of WWE. He was a fucking monster, dude. Like, in a good way. Like, a fucking Great Khali height. He's 7'1", and he was fucking height and weight in prime. He was 7'1" and 420 pounds.
He was a monster. And Andre wasn't even that tall. Consider Robert Wadlow, who was a record 8'11" tall. I mean, we're not even...
Wait, what? This guy was 9 feet tall? And he was able to walk?
Even in the human species anymore. He couldn't walk without leg braces, he had no sensation in his feet and lower legs, and he suffered repeated infections from the braces, which led to sepsis and his death at the age of 22. Okay, so...
Dude, he was 8'11" at 22 years old.
Maybe we should leave the pituitary gland alone. We can get a very tall person just by waiting for an extreme outlier in the general population. We've had a 7-footer represented in the World's Strongest Man winner pool in the form of Ted Vanderpart. We can also consider giants in the NBA like Shaquille O'Neal, who obviously had the capacity for incredible size and strength. Maybe one day more NBA players will wisen up, and instead of chasing silly things like $1 million contracts, they'll join...
Yeah, they'll start picking up rocks for fucking whey protein sponsors. They'll make one fucking thousandth of what they currently make if they just go, if they fucking ship off to Iceland and start fucking lifting stones.
Us in our makeshift strongman gym that our moms let us set up in the backyard. Now, short term, I do see the talent pool of strongman expanding to capture more people that are in this category. However,
honestly, they have to make strongman more mainstream, and that would make the records shatter. Like, I love watching strongmen, but I would say strongmen is not a mainstream sport. It's a worldwide sport, but it's like nobody watches strongmen. Like, there are people that do, but it's not something that's like, oh shit, there's a strongman competition. Like, I gotta take off to go fucking see that.
If we're going to consider man-made fiddling, then we have to consider that it's not an astonishing proposition that in the near future, tall parents are probably going to engage in some genetic selection to make sure that they have taller children. And we've already seen...
We were just talking about that.
Guys desperate to meet the unrealistic standards of women in the online dating pool go under surgery to crack their legs in half and extend.
Dumbest shit ever, too. Reduces mobility so much. It's like, I think the idea of like leg lengthening surgery is just such a stupid idea.
Bend them 3 to 6 inches to make them considerably taller. Given the enormous amount of PEDs that state-sponsored sports programs give their young athletes and the fact that they seem to have no qualms with playing God, there is no reason to think that in the near future we are not going to see young Chinese weightlifters in wheelchairs while their femurs heal in service of producing a master race of gold medalist Olympians.
I don't know. It's really the problem with like strongmen too is they have to take steroids. Like if you're competing in the world's strongest man, you're not winning unless you are on steroids. Like they're crazy strong to begin with. They would be guys that are deadlifting 700 pounds plus natural, right? Like Hafthor Bjornsson is huge regardless. But for him to get big enough and strong enough to be somebody that's lifting 1,100 pounds, you have to. Why? Because it speeds up their growth, their recovery. It speeds up how much ATP they have and how much they can expenditure, their stamina, everything. Right? But it's going to kill them when they're younger. And you see this in guys like, this isn't really strongmen, but like Ronnie Coleman, for example, is like one of the most known bodybuilders of all time. Lifted like crazy, like, you know, you could argue the form and like back surgeries and everything, but he was like one of the biggest bodybuilders of all time. And like kind of cited as like one of the best, I guess, open pros that there were. He can't even fucking walk now. Like, so it's just like, it's hard to even get guys that have the natural potential to want to do this because the downsides are like dying young, being paralyzed, like, just for the straight up feat of, you know, lifting the heaviest weight. It's like hard to convince people to do that.
The average person, oddly enough, has an ape index of 1, meaning their reach is about the same as their height. But if you want...
Really? I would assume most people have longer... I have longer arms than my height. Like, my wingspan is probably like 2 inches more than how tall I am. NBA players are much longer.
As their height. But if you want to be able to comfortably wrap around 400-pound sandbags and lock deadlifts out on your kneecaps, then you need a build that is actually more similar to swimmers, climbers, and MMA fighters. Michael Phelps is reported to have an ape index over 1.05. John Jones and heavyweight Sergey Pavlovich both have ape indexes that are on the order of 1.1. And at the far extreme, you have Stuart Jamieson, who deadlifted 286 at 60 kilograms. Because
286 at 60 kilograms. Why are his arms just extremely fucking long?
Because as is evident here, torsos just get in the way. Even if taller people tend to have a higher ape index, the odds that we get a 7-footer with a John Jones-like wingspan is...
Yeah, doesn't John Jones have like a 7-foot wingspan, but he's like 6'6"? No, John Jones is 6'4". John Jones wingspan. John Jones is 6'4" with a 7'1" wingspan. Oh my God. He could probably touch his kneecaps standing upright. He is 6'7". No, I don't think he is. It says he's 6'4".
Going to be about 1 in a billion. Now you might think that's a long shot until our doc here puts his online biomechanics degree to use. Now you might be crying, but what about my overhead press? In strongman, that's not really much of a concern. Overhead pressing is 1 out of 5 to 7 events typically, and the biggest pressers in the sport haven't typically had very short arms. Hafthor was actually one of the best pressers because sheer brute mass is such a big driver of pressing.
Oh yeah, his arms are longer. He has a bigger range of motion, but he also has more potential for muscle to be on his arms.
Strength more so than just leverages. And that brings us to the next important piece. We've got our frame. What about the materials? There is one mammoth of a mutation that gives immediately more muscle mass, more muscle fibers, and more strength to anybody who happens to possess it. When the MSTN gene is
3 balls. Oh.
Completely knocked out, you get 60 to 100% more muscle mass and 50 to 70% more absolute force production. Now, while we've seen this in mice, we've seen it in cattle, we've even seen it in breeds of dogs, it is extremely rare in people.
Oh my God. Is that a greyhound?
The one case study that we have is a child that was born in Germany in 2004.
Brother! I mean, thank fuck they blurred it, but still.
Okay, so far we've got selective breeding to guarantee our guy's going to be over 7 feet.
All right, so he's saying there's a mutation that you could have that increases muscle growth potential. Bro, that was like a fucking picture from like the 1920s.
Tall. We got the limbs cracked and reset, and we genetically edited.
Yo, editor, fucking full blur that shit too. He blurred it, but I feel like he could have fucking blurred that so much more. I know he was trying to show the leg muscles, but still.
This freak so that they are just double muscled like crazy. Yeah, I think he's ready. Let's see what we
It's called a Hercules gene. Eddie has it.
got here. Oh no. Who could have saw that coming? I wonder if God also feels like he's in a permanent game of whack-a-mole. Grab some more duct tape, we're not done. You don't need genetic modification or a time machine to go back and swap out your parents in order to get jacked. You just need a proven training template and the means to personalize it to you.
Is this an ad?
If we want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under.
Was that an ad?
It's on autopilot. Forces that were
Fuck!
We want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under. We can't just crank up bone production. Just like with giantism and even PED use, the geometry of the tissues gets all messed up. So even though there's more of it, it's actually weaker. It's kind of like using more steel to build a bridge shittily. Now there's a handful of genes that can show improvement here.
That's what I do in Polybridge. It works every time.
You have the COL5A1 rigid variant. You have the TNC variant, which shows enhanced adaptation under load. And you have the LOX variant that increases stiffness 20 to 30%. Now, since we're just picking genetic types like they're paint swatches at Home Depot, we might as well grab a few for insertion depth as well. The further down...
Bro, but here's the thing. Like, you ever made a guy like this? He's not going into... Apocalypse has a VIP section now.
This is me. New Year's Eve, 1999. Hopped up on Shirley Temples, waving at my uncle's camcorder like a little...
Yo, Shirley Temples were the equivalent of what weed is for me now when I was 8. Like, the hype that I felt in my body, in my mind, when somebody said, we have... Like, if I was at a restaurant and they were like, we have Shirley Temples, I was like, really? And then the lady would go, yeah, I could also give you some maraschino cherries. I'd go... Really? What about a root beer float? Ooh. Oh, you said just root beer. No, root beer float, actually. Root beer float was like crack.
Maniac. But behind this wholesome family moment, I heard a lot of the adults whispering about
Y2K.
Y2K. Y2K. Will the Y2K computer bug bring about Armageddon?
Yeah, all the smooth brains. All the smooth brains. In 1999. Yeah, dude. The year 2000, all the PCs. What's going to happen? We've never... All the computers are going to glitch out. They're not going to know what to do.
Flashlights, batteries, sleeping bags were flying off the shelves.
The end of the world as we know it.
I remember thinking, why are we here if the...
I would have felt... Well, I mean, I was alive. I wasn't alive for Y2K, but I was alive for the Mayan calendar. If I was older, I would have been a little suspicious about the Mayan calendar, I must say. That would have been... Wasn't that 2012? Was when the Mayan calendar ended?
The world is supposed to end. It introduced me to a thought I think we've all had. If it really fell apart, what would we even do? What's the plan? Y2K reintroduced a Cold War era prepping mindset to a lot of people. But prepping was...
Yeah, and actual, dude, literally, you know what I hate about people that, like, whenever there's a natural disaster coming, everybody just go, natural disaster or, like, threat of doom or war, the first thing people go is, I gotta go buy milk. I gotta go buy milk. I got milk and eggs. That's what I gotta go to the grocery store.
Still looked at as something.
I gotta go to the grocery store. We're gonna eat what are we gonna do with whole milk? Yeah, and toilet paper. Toilet paper I get more because I don't want to wipe my ass with some other shit. But like, bro, I feel like if you're worried about like the apocalypse, you gotta buy shit that's gonna last like 10 years on a shelf.
For the fringe. It was niche, conspiratorial, DIY, kind of a punchline.
We are facing a communist overthrow.
Fast forward to today, and we've been through a lot. Today, 1 in 3 Americans are prepping for some kind of disaster or apocalypse, which is...
That's just not, there's just no way that's true. There's just no way that's true. Over 300 million people. Chat, who here's parents are preparing for the apocalypse? Take it out of somebody. Actually be honest here. One in the chat if your parents are actually preparing for the apocalypse. I know you're not. Why is everybody saying me? What are you guys doing to prepare for the apocalypse? Actually, nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Buying a can of corn. It's gonna help you. I just think like doomsday prepping is all or nothing. If you're a doomsday prepper and you don't have an actual bunker, why are you prepping? What are you prepping for? We're fucked, right? Because it may be the apocalypse you're prepping on. Like if you think the fucking zombie apocalypse is gonna happen, you don't need a bunker, sure. But like if you're prepping for nuclear war and you don't have a 300-foot deep nuclear bunker, give it a rest, buddy. I'm fucking staring up at the nukes as they come down before I die, you know? I'm not sitting here saying I want that to happen, but what are you prepping for, bro? You're cooked. You're cooked. Unless you live in Iowa, hundreds of miles away from fucking, nuclear warhead center, you're dead, right? Like, what do you mean, oh, I have a whole basement full of non-perishable goods. Yeah, for the fucking rats to eat when you're dead. And the cockroaches, because you're not going to fucking be here. You're going to be incinerated.
What is now an $11 billion industry.
I'll hide in a fridge. Myth. I know it's in the Fallout show, and that's how the one guy survives a nuke. Not true. You actually die quicker. If you're in a house fire or anything where there's a large amount of heat or blast radius, you die faster in a fridge.
I spent a lot of time in the different prepping subreddits, discords.
It's like a pressure cooker. Grandparents have a ton of meals ready to eat. Guns, ammo, no homes in town I live in have basements. I wouldn't call them doomsday preppers, but they want to be prepared. That's different, right? Like having MREs and guns, that like, I feel like that you're preparing for like a government overthrow. Right? Like the way that you're describing it is like you're preparing for like a home defense situation in a scenario where there's going to be people that are, overthrowing the government and there's full collapse and now it's like every man for themselves. But like, I feel like the most likely doomsday is nuclear war. And in that sense, it's just like, why even prepare? Unless you're Mark Zuckerberg and you have a fucking $1 billion vault. Like, what are you doing? Especially depending on the state you live. I think there's a point for preparing for the apocalypse if you're far from a military base in like the Midwest. But like if you live in anywhere in the Northeast, you're dead. If you live anywhere near a big city, you're dead. You know? Like if you're like I'm a doomsday prepper and you're 50 miles away from Philly, New York City, Miami, Austin, Dallas, fucking anywhere like that, Denver, dead. You're dead.
And blogs to learn about the community.
Because they're bombing those places. DC, yeah, dead.
And their mindset that's really driving this industry. There's a product for almost every imaginable scenario, from relatively affordable basics.
What about Maine? Is there a military base near you? If so, dead. Dead. Not living. I'm saying in the actual, like, scenario where nuclear fallout causes a doomsday scenario where like the entirety of the world is like trying to survive and we go into like a nuclear winter, you're fucked. You're fucked. I have a gas mask. Oh great. That's awesome.
All the way to this. And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
That'll keep you alive. That's what. But see, yo, look. Hold on.
Affordable basics, all the way to this.
That motherfucker's a multimillionaire, right? If you live in a house like this, okay, now we're getting somewhere. But now already you have a net worth of $100 million, and you live in the middle of nowhere in fucking like whatever state this is.
And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
Yeah.
How much does that bunker go for?
This one's about $600,000-700,000.
Change the price for the meme, bro. Come on.
We build bunkers
$700,000
for when the whole world falls apart. Bill Gates has 11 bunkers. He put one at every property he has.
Basically, I want to know, and 8-year-old me definitely wants to know, what would I need and how much would it cost me to survive the apocalypse?
Yeah, when you're starting off, you definitely want to keep preparedness simple. A lot of people just gravitate towards guns and ammo, but the focus should be on water, food, and electricity.
Bro, the way that I'm seeing it is I feel like most people prepare for like a 3-month stand, right? And then you're killing yourself in your bunker, right? Like that's how things are going. You know, like if nuclear fallout happens and you have water, yeah, you're focusing on a water supply, limited, food, limited. You have a 4-person family, cooked, right? Cooked, dead. At that point, you got to make the tough decision. I'm not like, you got to make the tough decision of either A, everybody's dying, or B, you're pulling some, what's that game that Queso played a bunch and I played for a little bit, and you're in the bunker and you send like little Timmy out to go find fucking rations? 60 seconds. Just like the thought, like if you're in a bunker with 4 people and you got, say, 6 months food supply for all 4 of you, you cut out 3 people and now you got 2 years, you know? I'm not saying you kill your family in this situation, but I'm saying, like, why prepare for the apocalypse if now you're putting yourself in the even worse situation? Because now you're trapped in a bunker with your family and you're starving to death versus just getting wiped out in the nuclear blast. I'm taking the nuclear blast. What did I join into? Yeah, or you just start eating each other. Like, oh, God, no.
Products fall between $0 and $100. For water, there are things like these 60-gallon bladders, water purification tablets, and personal.
You had your friend over. When the bombs hit. You guys are in the bunker together. You got to make the tough decision. Do you eat Timmy? You know, family first. So it's like you had your friend John. Now John's in the bunker with you. It's like, hey John, we didn't really plan for you to be here.
Water filters.
You're also about $1.80 and pretty lean, man. That's a lot of calories.
Like this Life Straw.
Now, I could potentially chop an arm off, you know.
God damn. You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can of course buy...
On God, that's relatable.
You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can of course buy...
Vape's clogged, you suck really hard and put your tongue in it. Just press play. We're going to move on.
Buy big bags of rice, beans, grains, or other foods with a long shelf life. But we're sticking to products made specific.
Yo, that out of context, bro. That's actually what you do, though, to unclog it.
For disaster preparedness. And that means emergency food buckets. Okay, I feel entirely misled by ReadyWise and the marketing of this food bucket. The packaging says just add water. Bring to a boil, stirring often, and simmer for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yo, and you know that shit is straight gruel. Gruel. Have you ever seen the videos where people actually review these? I mean, I did an MRE video. That was different because that's like for military meals. These ones are meant to be like non-perishable for like 50, 100 years or some shit. I think it says 25-year shelf life. That's, yeah, up to 25 years right there. These ones are like so much worse than MREs. Like if regular food's a 10, MREs are a 7. These are like a 2.
So let's look at this.
Like it's actually just fucking it's literally just sustenance. It's just calories.
The lens of a apocalypse. How am I boiling water for 15 to 20 minutes? Now I have to build a fire in my backyard. I think this is the perfect example of...
Or in a bunker. Now you're building a fire in an open bunker because you don't have electricity.
Misleading marketing in the doomsday prepping industry.
Could you eat it dry? Like you have like ramen, but like no water to like cook it in?
This is what we're living off of during the apocalypse. Powdered milk, orange drink mix, and vanilla pudding.
ReadyWise, count your days, motherfuckers.
Outside of food and water, there are a few other basic prep items you'll find in this price range. A solar rechargeable flashlight, an emergency radio with NOAA weather alerts, there's a reusable respirator, and a magnesium fire starter. So far, this is how much I've spent. There are also survival kits you can buy in this $0 to $100 price range. This one has a lot of the things we just went through, with some...
What are we prepping for? A fucking an expedition reset? Like, I don't understand. Like, all infrastructure to be wiped off the earth. Now I'm going chopping down trees again? Brother, what's happening? There's still stuff, like, what are we preparing for? I don't understand. A respirator. It was The Last of Us?
Additional stuff. It's a good amount of stuff for 41.
Are there mushroom spores fucking infecting me? I don't understand. What am I prepping for? World War III. We're dead.
99, but the quality doesn't necessarily feel that great. Anyway, it turns out the stuff in this tier sells incredibly well. And since Ready.gov says I should have a 72-hour kit at home and a 24-hour kit at work, and a kit in my car, we can already see how all of this ends up costing a pretty penny for someone.
I mean, what life are we living if I'm carrying a fucking ready-to-go bag to my office job? You bring in a bag to work every day with a fucking Bowie knife and other. I mean, that's also a legality problem now because you have weaponry in your work bag.
Who becomes obsessed with prepping, and we're at the low price tier. Overall, Scott feels most of these products are
worth having for sure.
Does spending more money increase my odds of survival?
It depends on what you mean by more money.
So now we're looking at anything up to $5,000. With food, the cost scales depending on how long you're trying to be covered and how many people you need to feed. This site even has a bundle that gets us in the next price tier.
Or you pull one of those, did you see, oh wait, no, this is kind of a spoiler. Spoiler alert, the guy in the Fallout show that only bought a cryopod for himself and he killed the rest of his family. And he was like, the ticket's expensive.
For water, we start looking at larger scale and more sophisticated water filtration products. There are also larger water storage products. To communicate and stay informed, you can look at ham radios or satellite phones. Another category of products in this tier that you'll see a lot of sites selling is backup power.
We're so dependent on electrical, and the grid is kind of fragile. Most people don't do well after a few days without electricity.
A company called Jackery makes
Brother, I was doing bad with like 7 hours without electricity. I started to fucking tweak out. I was like, what do I do? Not only what do I do like with my time, I was like, bro, I'm gonna like freeze to death.
Ton of different power stations, generators, battery packs, and solar panels to recharge them all. In this tier, you'll also
Joe ain't surviving. I'm not. I think I'd survive a zombie apocalypse. I don't need to prepare for that.
Find a big market for higher-end 72.
No, I don't, because zombies are stupid, right? And I'm gonna fucking jab them in the eye with a spear.
2-hour survival kits. Beautifully organized, I'll tell you that much. This is a multi-tool. First aid core. Air filtration mask. Is this another shovel? I don't know. I feel like buying some of these things individually might make more sense than dropping $229 on this kit. When I bring up my 72-hour kit to Scott, it becomes clear that I'm thinking like a beginner, just gravitating towards a simple one-size-fits-all solution that's been really well packaged and marketed.
I do not like the pre-made kits. I think people should build their own. I believe the 72 hours is a few years ago. It's really a week. Recently in our area, Hurricane Helene came through and just wiped a lot of people out. FEMA couldn't put a dent in it.
Once you start spending more than $5,000, things start to get a little hazy. And not like, oh shit, go get the gas masks hazy. Hazy as in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house.
Like, what are they doing, bro? We have sheet metal. We have a sheet metal bunker, bro. What is this? This was probably during World War II, but I'm like, what are we? Dude, you're dead.
Gas masks hazy. Hazy as in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house generator, for example. Drive through suburbia and you'll see a lot of houses with them. Installing a Generac on your house could easily run you 15 grand. Or whole house water filtration. Something like a Culligan system could easily run you up to 10 grand. Depending on where you live, you could install motorized hurricane shutters or impact-resistant windows. If you're somewhere prone to flooding, you could have floodgates or even a custom-engineered seawall if you live by a body of water and have the dough. If you live somewhere with wildfires, you could get ember-resistant vents, fire-resistant siding, or roof shingles. If you're somewhere with earthquakes, you could get a seismic retrofit for your house or a base isolation system, which could really cost you a pretty penny. All of this stuff would increase the value of your home, and some of it—
This isn't an apocalypse. This isn't an apocalypse prepping. This is a natural disaster prepping, which could lead to an apocalypse. Really, I'm gonna install floodgates on my fucking house? What are you doing?
Could even reduce your insurance premiums. So some of the prepping in this tier blends right into home improvement or fortifying your home. But If we're talking about the worst case scenario, end of days, the collapse of normal day-to-day life, the prepping subreddits refer to this as shit if hits the fan, or Teotwaki, the end of the world as we know it. In that—
Bro, why do we have a fucking abbreviation? Teotwaki? Oh, you prepared for Teotwaki? Bro, just say the end of the world.
The end of the world as we know it.
Why as we know it? Because the world's not ending, but the modern society is.
In that situation, most of these things wouldn't necessarily be helpful. A whole house generator is tied to propane or natural gas. In an apocalypse, you'll eventually run out of fuel. So you have to buy bigger and more robust solar and battery systems than we saw in the previous tier. And
if nuclear war breaks out, the sun's blocked! If the fucking Yellowstone fucking geyser volcano explodes, there's no sun! The sun's gone! Where are we gathering solar energy?
And your local water treatment facility isn't going to be up and running, so your whole house water filtration system is going to be useless. If you're prepping at this level, you probably have very little trust left in the government, infrastructure, or even your neighbors. And that can send you even further down the rabbit hole to the point where you want to isolate. I've read that Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Mark Andreessen, Steve Huffman, and Reid Hoffman all allegedly have doomsday bunkers, which definitely pushes us to the next price tier. These days, digital preparedness can be just as morning brew, or click the link in the description. Okay, back to prepping for the apocalypse. If you Google—
Joe's being pessimistic. This is a video that is about people that are pessimistic. This is literally the actual raw example of pessimism. People that think the world is actually going to end.
Doomsday bunker, the top result is— and so that's where we are right now. We're at Atlas Survival.
Atlas Survival Shelters. Just shipping containers. I need to see how thick— if that shit ain't 3 fucking feet thick of steel, I'm thinking that that's breaking.
Shelters in Sulphur Springs, Texas to meet Ron Hubbard. These bunkers can range anywhere from $25,000 up to $25 million. The question I have is, what are these bunkers—
Bro, $25 million for a bunker, bro.
protecting me from that the lower cost products weren't? We're gonna go find out. Ron, pleasure to meet you finally. I'm James.
Yeah, hey.
Good to meet you. What's that for?
I'm gonna have my own line of swords. It's a zombie sword for chopping your way out through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that—
He's building a zombie sword?
through zombies. Line of swords. It's a zombie sword.
Bomb shelter business is booming. This guy's literally the fucking head. What's the dude that in Vegas that prepared for the end of the world in the Fallout show? That's this guy, Ron Hubbard. Not Burger in Vegas, Mr. House.
It's a zombie sword for chopping your way out
This is Robert House.
through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that you are going to be a survivor. Imagine being on the
Waters rights, for all I know.
Man, Hot Wheels, Matchbox cars, not doing it, dude. NASCAR, I'm not doing none of it. Not moving the cars anymore, man. Another unit, a tenant was evicted after the manager discovered bloody handprints and smears stretching from the front to the back of the unit. According to the manager, the space was packed to the ceiling, forcing the tenant to climb over her belongings to reach items in the back. In the process, she would cut her wrist and body on exposed roofing and metal walls, leaving streaks of blood behind.
You're just getting fucking tetanus. Rusty wires and ceiling shit that's just falling around, dude. Oh my God. Storage unit full to the brim, no walking space. You're just climbing over stuff, just cutting yourself with like old antiques.
Crawled out. That's I completely understand though. Am I gonna take everything out? Just crawl over it. Yeah, I got cut up a bit, but I'll be okay. I wonder what if she died in there? It's like a saw trap trying to get to your Furbies in the back. Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman. Why are you looking at me? Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman came into the front office to pay her bill when she tripped and had the front door pin her to the floor. What does that even mean? How did it pin her to the floor?
I'm guessing she like tripped and the door broke and then
Staff rushed over to help her up. She was screaming and hollering in pain. The general manager was the first to reach her, freeing her leg from the door. Once free, she was dragged further into the lobby and rolled onto her back like a manatee. She tried to get up on her own, but she was so large that her gut prevented her from sitting up. Preach. Saf described her situation as rolling around on her back like a turtle and could not get up. That's a quote.
They couldn't fucking like pick her up by her arms and hoist her up. She was just permanently stuck on the ground. What do they have to get, like a gurney?
That's not even, that's a legitimate quote. Rolling on her back like a turtle. I they're just watching her.
Like she's rolling back and forth, bro, like helpless. Just asking for somebody, yo, somebody please help me up. I literally can't, and they're just.
And they're just looking at her like, let's just wait for her to die. Eventually, the manager pulled her up off the ground, and staff were checking her over to make sure that she was all right when they noticed that she had pissed herself during the fall and soiled her pink sweatpants.
Oh my God.
You fell down, you got pinned, I'm gonna piss myself. All right? That's not even an act of rebellion, that's just the facts. After she was deemed okay, she paid her rent, but moved out about a month later. Because why, how embarrassing is that? Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking.
Yeah, I mean, that would suck, man. It's funny that, like, you know, the situation unfolded in the way that it did, but being the person that, you know, basically falls over, the storage unit falls on your leg and you piss yourself and then you can't get up. It's like, now you're going to feel like you're being judged the entire time you're there.
There are numerous bizarre and horrific renter crimes. Tenants and managers don't always see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean they can't get along. Eric Adams worked at the 1 in 5 mini storage near Portland, Oregon for 15 years and was liked by most of the tenants. After about 5 days without hearing from Eric, a friend drove to check on him. He opened his storage unit and found Eric dead on the floor. Police determined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma from items found in his own unit. Suspicion grew when none of Eric's valuables were taken, suggesting it wasn't a robbery. His death would remain a mystery for a year until
So it was just a straight up murder?
Police gained access to the keypad records and found that one tenant was at the facility during Eric's final moments. Rob Caputa had entered the facility around the same time that Eric did, but after an hour, only one left. He was a long-term tenant at his unit since 2019, averaging about 55 items per month. But after Eric's last...
What do you mean 55 items a month? He had been at the business often. He showed up to the storage unit 55 times a month? What the fuck do you have at your storage unit that you're showing up over almost twice a day? You're going to the storage unit more than people go to the gym.
He avoided facility for 3 weeks.
See, now he would have had to keep coming back around. That makes him seem sketchy. You're going there every day. You're a fucking regular at the old storage unit. You know people by name, and then you just disappear.
Not good, Rob. Suspicious activity, Robert. Rob was eventually arrested after DNA was found on Eric's body and was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. That seems short. In court,
seems very short.
It was revealed that Rob killed Eric after someone ran over his dog at the storage facility, and he blamed Eric for its death. He fucking John Wicked him. He doesn't know if it's Eric. He's just like, you have to die.
You got 3.5 years for first-degree murder? He ran over my dog. Well, no, he didn't run over your dog. Your dog just got ran over.
Another man in North Carolina was locked in his unit for days without food or water by his girlfriend.
Women, man.
That's also unsafe. I feel like storage units should kind of be like refrigerators in that, like, you should be able to get out regardless. Or like aren't most car trunks like built in with hatches to where you're able to escape even if you're stuck inside? Like that's scary that you could lock yourself in a storage unit and not be able to get out. Well, you couldn't lock yourself in. Somebody could lock you in.
In 2024, police responded to a call at the Cooper storage compound from a man who claimed that he was locked.
But how would they have a safety mechanism for that? Because the latch is always, the security lock's always on the outside. There would have to be like a side door that's just a one-way.
Inside his girlfriend's storage unit. When they opened the door, they found Gary Oxidine, weak and emaciated, on the floor. He had been surviving in the unit for days with no supplies until they found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find.
Yeah, that is a little crazy. It took him 4 days to find his phone. Previously accused his girlfriend of locking him in a storage unit for days and now saying the charges were a mistake.
Days with no supplies.
What do you mean saying the charges are a mistake?
Until they found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find. What?
I wonder if on the last day he's just like, I really should look for my phone, actually. I'm not gonna die here. After his rescue, his girlfriend Robin Deaton was arrested and charged with attempting murder and kidnapping. However, after the charges went public, Gary spoke to the media and claimed that the accusations were bogus. He said he had simply fallen asleep in the unit and his girlfriend had locked it without realizing he was inside.
How do you? You're the significant other, and you showed up to the unit together. What? That'd be like me and Brooke going to a storage unit. I fall asleep and she locks me inside, and she's like, "I don't know where Joe went. I didn't see him." What? How do you not notice it's a storage unit, not a fucking mansion?
This was in complete contrast to what he said in the 911 call, where he claimed his girlfriend was trying to kill him. When the case went to court, the charges were dropped after Gary admitted to lying, and the couple was able to walk free. I'm telling you, that is some diabolical.
That is some crazy relationship shit. I don't understand how she. I understand he drops the charges because he doesn't want her to get in trouble, but like, how do you even argue that she didn't mean to do that?
If you think padlocks are going to keep your stuff safe, then you're mistaken, because break-ins happen all the time at storage facilities. A traveling nurse in Colorado had...
I mean, yeah, it's fucking sheet metal holding your stuff in place. They could just fucking break through it.
$80,000 worth of stuff stolen over an 8-day period from Extra Space Storage.
Or just bring a fucking, what is it called, a bolt cutter.
She lost furniture, medical equipment, family heirlooms, and even her engagement ring. Police respond.
Why do you have your engagement ring in a storage locker? I'm gonna have it. I feel bad that she had her shit stolen. Why the fuck do you have your engagement ring in a storage unit? Why is that not in your room?
To the break-ins and added her case to the long list of 55 previous incidents reported at the facility that year. Since the incidents were reported, no other break-ins have occurred as the facility upgraded security. Oh, did you? With what money? $80,000 worth of stuff is what I think. That's what I'd be suspicious of too. The people that work there, they see you bringing in stuff. What is this? Oh, just like my grandpa's baseball card collection.
I mean, look at the guy.
Dude, just my grandpa's like Pokemon collection. He just has like, dude, it's a bunch of these cards just in this like wooden box. They're all like sealed and shit. It's like, there's this Pokemon called Charizard. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna like leave it here. I don't really want it, but you know, I don't want to throw out my grandpa's stuff.
One of the victims claimed the thieves stole most of the audio equipment, including TVs, car stereos, and mixing boards. Police wonder how the criminals were able to pull off the heist because although units are indoors, have a code at the front door, and they are equipped with cameras everywhere. California appears to be a hotspot for criminal storage activity. Just a couple 100 miles south of the last break-in, Steve Bohannon and his nephew purchased an abandoned locker for $80 at auction and were excited to flip whatever was inside. They were greeted with a bunch of boxes that read, "Danger, poisonous."
They didn't see that when they were fucking bidding on it. I always think that's weird that you're not even allowed to walk into the storage unit. You just have to stand outside of it and kind of like guess, and then they just bid on it.
Why is that, Uncle? After opening them up, they discovered that every single box...
Oh, it's a closed locker? That's even crazier. You're just betting what it is off like on a whim.
They discovered that every single box inside the container was filled with meth, beakers, and safety equipment. Thank God. Steve,
do they get refunded by the storage? Do they get refunded by the storage like company? If you bid like fucking $500 on a storage unit and it's just all full of meth, toxic shit, I would be annoyed as fuck. I would be like, give me my money back. Because now I'm not profiting anything. Because you're not going to be able to sell it. It's all going to be closed by the police because now they're going to have to investigate who owned this, what else is in it. Even all the stuff that isn't meth is now probably valueless because it's going to be fucking criminal evidence.
The report is discovery, and they arrived in full hazmat gear to safely remove all the drugs and the equipment. But just want to say, this is not me actually saying it, but don't get an extra storage thing. Extra storage seems like a scam. That's not me saying it. Disclaimer, I'm not really saying that, but extra storage seems like a bad place to keep your stuff. I wouldn't do
extra storage, the place where they rob your fucking wedding ring off of you, and when you actually bid on a unit, there's just meth lab shit in it.
It might just be best to keep all your stuff at home and not risk enduring the horrors of modern-day storage facilities. Between unruly guests and incompetent managers, you never know what you're gonna get, and if you're not careful, you might just lose everything. However, if you need to rent a storage unit, make sure to do your research, and if you're choosing to live in one, Godspeed.
If you live in a...
I mean, don't live in a storage unit. I think if you're gonna live in a storage unit, don't post it on TikTok. Here's my storage house, doing a little review. We're going to be live streaming here on Mondays and Thursdays. So if you want to see, you know, here's the front of the storage unit. You know, if you want to call the owner and let him know that I'm squatting here, that would be awesome. Like, what the fuck? So, I don't know. That was an interesting video. It took us forever because we had to keep pausing for chat. But, yeah. Count me down 30 seconds. Then we're going to hop. Joe Bartolozzi memes explained in 4 minutes. How niche do you think we're going to get here? I think it's going to be very surface level stuff. I think it's going to be like the possum meme. I've been in the hills. Fucking what else? Beaver moment, maybe? Like, yeah, beaver moment for sure. Lenovo laptop. I don't even know if that counts as a meme though. That was just from a random Mr. Beast video where he just kept shouting out the fucking Lenovo gaming laptop powered by an Intel Core CPU.
Dead possum. The joke originated about a...
Oh, this motherfucker made it like AI. 6'7". That's not even a Joe Bartolozzi meme. That's just a meme in general. Bob.
Dead possum. The joke originated about a year ago.
Bro. Bartolozzi, you should have paid a Fiverr guy $5 to... I would have fucking voice acted this for you.
When Joe was yapping about being at a nightclub with friends and said he would pull out the dead possum to throw. It's possible he said this because of his previous rant about dead possums on the side of the road. He used...
No, the dead possum meme originated when me and my friends had an idea to cover one of my friends in deer piss at a nightclub and see how long it would take for him to get kicked out from smelling bad. I know it's LAI chat, but I still want to watch it. But yeah, it originally, the plan was that we were all going to go into a nightclub, and then and my friend would have a diner ketchup bottle full of like deer piss, which smells really bad. And we were going to go into the bathroom and then just cover him in it. And he was going to make his way to the middle of the dance floor and just see how long, like, because how bad would you have to smell or how sweaty would you have to be? That was the hypothetical. Like, kind of panning off, like, how wet would you have to be to get kicked out of a Walmart? Like, there's no real gauge. It's kind of just, like, probably sopping wet. Probably, like, covered in water, right? So then panning off of that, how wet would you have to be? How sweaty would you have to be to get kicked out of a nightclub? Or how bad would you have to smell? And then it was the dead possum.
Uses this phrase rarely when he is talking...
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it up a little. The AI is talking mad slow.
...about being in a public space. Bob. Bob is a boxing dummy bought by Joe about 3 years ago to put behind him.
See, what are these fucking images you're throwing up? What is that picture of me?
Bob originally did not have an accessories, but slowly Joe added some.
Yeah, Bob's wearing the Jägermeister glasses, the Joe Bart beanie, and the TwitchCon badge now. He's got a bit of a persona. He used to be just naked in the back. Now he's clothed. Should I give him a shirt one day? No, I think I like his abs. I stabbed him, though. He has some battle wounds from that Temu review.
This is him present day. Bob is sometimes used by Joe for funny
moments. Yeah, I made out with Bob a few times. We have a bit of a romantic relationship going on. There's some tension.
Moments or channel point redemptions. The Hills. The I've been in the hills. Fucking
the worst
dudes
meme ever.
Comes from a
TikTok. The worst meme ever. Comes from TikTok. I don't even know how it started. I always wonder that. Like, there's a guy that started the I've been in the hills meme, and I don't know who it is. Do you think they think about that? I've said that before. Do you think people that, like, start memes and no one knows, like, breathe in it? Like, if you were the first person that started a meme, I'm not even saying the hills. I'm just saying, like, a viral meme. And you never got credit, you'd be like, nah, this is kind of lame. Like, it would piss you off slightly. So I always wonder about that because I know it was a guy that edited a smile because the original photo, I'm not smiling like that. I'm just straight face.
Remix of an audio that's from a 2017 meme remix of a 21 Savage song. The meme pairs that audio with images or slideshows of Joe that someone edited to make him smile, which users then edit/remix into compilations. The meme really took off in mid-2022.
Okay, teacher, we're going to Bangladesh. Kid named Bang. That is, whoever fucking wrote that out, you got it wrong. It would be the kid named Ladesh. You fucking wrote it wrong. Kid named Bang, smiling. So we're going to Ladesh Bang. What does that mean? I don't like what. That's on purpose.
Users then edit slash remake fin mid.
This fucking meme's so stupid. It's just not funny.
2022. A TikToker by the name of drippiest.boi.in.
Oh my god, is this the person that started it?
Town 3 used the slideshow feature with the bus seat photo plus the hills sound in June 2022. That got a lot of traction, and then Joe himself reacted to one of
No way bro actually did a deep dive on who started the meme.
those viral remix slash edit videos via green screen,
Elon Musk's 3 keys to success.
which further amplified its spread. Beaver moment. One day when Joe was unbanning people, he came across a guy who got banned because he was spamming Beaver moment. It's unsure why he did this, but Joe's chat started spamming it, which made it a meme.
Yeah, now we have a whole emote for it. Chat, type the emote. That's going to be like lost media soon. I feel like so many of my chatters, that's probably like new to a lot of people because it was literally like a one-day thing. And I would just be like, oh, Beaver moment. Nobody knows what it means. I still don't either. I think we fucking banned that guy too. I don't even think I let him back in a chat.
6-7. The meme originated from a rapper named Skrilla but slowly made it into Joe's stream. His chat would constantly annoy Joe when he said,
Are there other streamers that deal with the 6-7 shit? Or is it just me? Because I feel like I never see any other streamer. Like in Kai's stream, if it's like 6-7, is that like Jinxie has it too? Okay. Yeah, like FaZe, Jinxie, they all spam it. Queso's too? Really, in Queso's chat they do? You think Queso gets annoyed by that? Probably not. That motherfucker's like resilient to rage bait. Actually, he spawned in with perks against rage bait. Like, he'll feed into it sometimes, but you can tell he doesn't give a shit.
at 6-7 and caused some funny crash outs. 6-7 is rampant in his chat and present day is banned. I had
No, it's not banned. It's just like people spam it and then oh my god, the I had a friend shit.
a friend. The I had a friend meme got created when chat noticed that when Joe relates to a story or video, he always has a friend that did something that relates to the.
No, and here's the thing. So many people are like, there's no way Joe has this many friends. I don't. When I say I had a friend, I'm just not naming. Why would I be like my friend Steve, right? Because that's just pointless. Like, I would just say I had a friend. But everybody assumes that when I say I had a friend, each individual story is about a different person. I had a friend is like one of 9 people. Like, I'm almost like half of the stories of I had a friend is about like one of 3 people.
Conversation. Like, for example, if a chatter or the video he is reacting to says that a high schooler broke a world record for the 100-meter.
Oh, God, I look like such a fucking cornball in that. Oh, my God. Dude, I look like I'm not, like, my body and my head don't look normal in that. Like, whenever I see that, I'm like, dude, I don't look real.
Ash, he would had a friend that ran a crazy time. Joe Swanson. This meme is pretty simple. Whenever Joe yells really loud,
And 720.
he starts to sound like Joe from
I don't even know this meme. I sound like Joe Swanson from Family Guy. And 720.
He starts to sound like Joe from Family Guy.
When the fuck do I sound like Joe from Family Guy? His voice is so much deeper than mine.
Pickle Rick.
Nah, now I need to hear Joe Swanson scream. The one that I hear a lot is my laugh is like the Lego Batman laugh.
You mean Alfred the Butler with 2 T's?
That sounds like my laugh. But Joe Swanson screaming.
Awesome! Yeah!
Maybe, but it's deeper.
Pickle Rick is just like Bob. He is decoration in the background of Joe's stream. However, he is much older, tracing back all the way to almost 5 years ago. Pickle Rick might be young.
Yeah, Pickle Rick's pretty old. Pickle Rick's been there for quite some time. The oldest I used to have no stream background. That was like, bro, my stream background, now I got like stuff behind, and I think it's like a good aesthetic. Then, bro, and I still gotta hang up these YouTube plaques. Oh my god, I never even showed you guys this one. That's the philosophy one. This is the gaming channel, 1,000,000 subs. That's the main channel, 1,000,000 subs. Look what YouTube did. The mil sub is the same exact size as the 100K now. And then this 100K one is like I'm not mad about it, right? Like, I'm getting a plaque. I'm fucking happy. But it's like, isn't that kind of whack that they're like changing the size of them?
It is believed to be.
It just changed because I feel like, dude, I think that these ones look great, right? But they also changed the color. I don't know. Maybe they didn't. I feel like this looks like a darker. It looks the same on frame.
Be from a time where Joe won it at arcade.
Oh,
Rip
God,
Joe-
the fucking Trojan sponsor. Yeah, remember that.
Arcade. Rip Joe Bart. The RIP Joe Bart meme started around 3 years ago, is a meme where people post tributes suggesting that Joe Bart has died, even though he is very much alive. The meme usually takes the form.
Wait, really? Yeah, I did an ad with Trojan. It was basically the idea of like promoting, like, it was basically like promote safe sex and not getting STDs. It was like, because it wasn't around like, oh yeah, you should have sex more. It was more so like, hey, this is like to not have you get, you know, herpes, AIDS, chlamydia.
Of fake memorial edits, fan-made obituaries, or comments like, fly high Joe, and gone too soon under his content. Joe would react and rage that he is alive, but his followers kept saying that someone is using AI to react to these memorials. Skin of a goose.
I think Skin of a Goose is less cringe than when I said gang. When I was like, bro, come on, gang. And it came out, and I was like, nah, I look like such a cornball saying that. Skin of a Goose, you're just a pea in my bowl. That one I will stand by the fact that diss makes sense. That makes sense. If I say you're just a pea in my bowl, that's a valid statement. How? Because if I say you're just a pea in my bowl, there's a lot of peas in a bowl. So it's like one of many versus like if you're being a dick and you're like, you're just a pea in my bowl, like you're saying they're small, you know?
This joke originated when Joe was watching a video about a Riz video and he made the joke that he has the skin of a goose. This was a classic blunder.
A classic blunder. A classic blunder. Oh, shit. Shit, like a chess move. Yeah, blundered that. No, it was a fucking dud. You're gonna have a bad joke now and again. Because all I do is riff, right? Like, I know a lot of you guys joke that I pre-watch videos, but like I'm just saying what's coming out of my head. So sometimes when I'm like yapping, I'm literally saying a joke, and halfway through the joke, I don't even know what I'm going to finish the joke with. And so when I was like, yeah, I actually have the skin of a, and then I paused because I didn't know what to say. And I was like, what has smooth skin? And I said a goose. But I've never even seen a goose's skin. It was stupid.
And Joe's chat made fun of him for it, making it a meme. Yoo-hoo, it's a la-boo.
They should do this with Jinxie. This is why we clash. Yoo-hoo, it's a la-boo-boo, bro.
Boo. The La Boo Boo meme started when a TikToker named Juicy Jacob posted a video of him going to public spaces and having a La Boo Boo on the end of a fishing rod and tries to get women to grab the La Boo Boo. The reason why this meme terrorizes Joe is because Jacob sounds like Joe, which makes viewers think it's Joe and flood his comments with La Boo Boo jokes. Thanks for watching.
It is eerily similar. He sounds just like me. Like, it's creepy. I don't know a lot of people that have my oddly nasally voice, but he does. And I'm not dissing that. Show it. You've seen it, bro. It's because it's you. It's not me. I think the biggest telltale, and I'm not going to go on a rant about this. I think the biggest telltale that Juicy Jacob is not me is he is very religious. Like, he talks about Jesus in his comment sections. Now, and then there's some people that are like, that's Joe under disguise. Because it would be like, the last thing I would do is probably be like outwardly religious, right? But still, Jinxie said it was you. Oh, then it must be me. This is a Face IQ video. I hadn't heard of this guy prior to this video, but I think he is a part of like the not looks, I don't know, looks maxing black pill community. He does a lot of like physical analyses of people and how they look. And he is going to be criticizing my video today about me making fun of the black pill community.
Lamest people on the internet. The internet's got a variety of...
Is this in super speed?
That would be you.
Niches and groups. But I think I found the lamest one. You know, looks maxes. This is them, but like even lamer somehow.
Brain rot content.
Blackpilling. Bro, I keep getting on like black pill content. Like people use this one clip of me.
Why is he watching my video in 2x?
Where I say the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, and that's how they determine whether or not they're attracted to you.
Yeah, that's how it works, yeah.
Because of copyright? I don't think you would get copyrighted for reacting to my content.
And that's how they determine...
Hold up. I gotta restart this video. That just took me off. That took me by surprise. This was in 2x.
Lamest people on the internet. The internet's got a variety of...
That would be you.
Niches and groups. But I think I found the lamest one. You know, looks maxes. This is them, but like even lamer somehow.
Brain rot content.
Blackpilling. Bro, I keep getting on like black pill content. Like people use this one clip of me where I say the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, and that's how they determine whether or not they're attracted to you.
Yeah, that's how it works, yeah.
But then after that, I talk about how the majority of building a relationship and actually getting somebody to like you is your personality. And
okay, remember, a prerequisite's more important than that, remember?
They just cut that off. So
the prerequisite is more important in the sense of starting a conversation, but personality does matter for building relationships with people. Yes, your looks get your foot in the door, but after your foot's in the door, your foot could get crushed pretty quick if you don't know what to do next, you know? Like, just looking good doesn't mean that you're going to nail, you know, like a good conversation. You might get that conversation started. Yo, throw it in sub only. You might get that conversation started, but you're not going to be able to fucking continue it after that.
No, we understand that. We just understand a prerequisite's inherently more important because it's the prerequisite. If you do not meet the physical standards, then you are rejected. Does that make sense?
So I don't think it's an immediate rejection. If you don't meet the physical standards of somebody, they're less likely to spark a conversation with you because they would be less interested in you to begin with. But it is proven that partners find each other more and more attractive through, you know, compatibility over time. Like, if you are maybe not, you know, the most attractive person in the world to somebody, like say they think you're a 7, not a 10, as they get to know you, they would perceivably find you more and more attractive because of your personality. But I get what you're saying in that, like, the prerequisite of any initial relationship is attraction, you know, physical attraction. I'm not disagreeing with the black pill community about that. I think I might have contradicted myself at times in that video that I made as well, where I was criticizing the black pill community, because yes, there is, I'm not saying that looks don't matter in relationships, because that's a lie, right? They do. Because when you meet somebody, the first thing you notice is what they look like. I get what you're saying prerequisite-wise on that, but to say that the prerequisite is what matters the most, okay, fine. But that's only the first second of a relationship. You know, you can't say the rest of the shit doesn't matter.
They put the clip of like me saying, hey, like people, the first thing that somebody notices about you is your looks. And then they're just like, yep, that's it. I'm like, that's not it. Like
but it's the most important, which is what the black pill says. It says physical attractiveness is the most important thing for attracting women. So
physical attractiveness is the most critical factor in determining men's dating success, especially in modern Western culture. A man's money, status, and social skills are argued to be other factors of secondary importance. An expanded alternate theory definition proposes that a man's dating and life outcome generally relies on genetically determined traits. I think that dating success in terms of landing the first date, but I would argue that somebody that is insufferable as a person, regardless of looking like Marlon, you know, is going to fail in the dating pool if they are, you know, fucking a dickhead, you know? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you, yes, you could be really attractive, but if after that first date, you know, they go, wow, that person's a dud, they're going to fucking leave. It doesn't matter if you're hot.
Your height, your frame, your physique, your face. That's the most important. Understand?
I think finding somebody attractive is off looks. Like, that does matter.
Okay.
Some people say it does, but
if it's the prerequisite, then it's the most important. Because if you fail it, then your personality doesn't matter, right? It's pretty simple logic.
Yeah, but it's like you're ignoring every other factor. It's like the prerequisite's the most important, so it's what matters the most. Okay, but I think you're going to realize after you spend 8 years fucking looks maxing that when you finally get into a long-term relationship, you know nothing about compatibility because everything that you've done is focused on what you look like. Like, I just feel like it's not bad to say I need to look more attractive to get dates. But it's like, I guess maybe, I'm not saying it's the black pill community in general. It's the black pill influencers that I see on TikTok, which maybe that's brain rot clips. But a lot of the black pill influencers that I see are more raving about how looks matter so much that it is the only thing you should care about in like, you know, day-to-day, functionality of your life. You know, you should be working out, which is good for your health, but it's not like, hey, you should be working out for your health and for looks. It's like everything you do around yourself should be focused on facilitating your fucking 1 out of 10 rating on how good you look. And that breeds narcissism. Does it not? Like, would that not make you more dickheadish? Like, if you can't focus on your looks that heavily day to day and not become an asshole. And that's coming from somebody that claims I used to be a narcissist. I used to care so much about how I look. That's not one of the only reasons, but it's like, I used to be more narcissistic, you know? Like, so if you can't sit here and go, oh, I'm going to care about all I look, that's the only thing that I'm going to fucking focus on, and then not become like a fucking asshole. Because you're going to be so hyper-focused on you, you know, not anybody else. Not like taking care of the person, having the conversation. You get your foot in the door. After that, they're going to fucking slam it in your face. It doesn't matter. In terms of long-term relationship capability, no. But I'm saying, yeah.
But it's the prerequisite, remember?
That's the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, because that's their subconscious opinion is going to be how you look. But that's not the only thing that matters. And like,
Yes, and no one claims otherwise.
The way that I understand Black Pill is that the only thing that matters is your...
No, it's the most important thing by definition, not the only thing. Idiot.
It's not the only thing, but yes. Saying it's the most important thing, though, and putting that much weight on looks diverts attention from other categories of yourself, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make. You know, you're never building anything about you outside of your looks, right? Your hobby is what you look like because you focus so much on that.
Your
looks. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah, and that is. That's a straw man because the Black Pill doesn't say that. Idiot.
Because that is where not only, yes, maybe in the terms of like the first thing somebody notices is your looks, but then they're going to realize your entire personality is structured around how you look, which is like obscene narcissism. Like, it's just... Yeah, I'm kind of just repeating myself.
It actually hasn't been an issue in my experience.
That would be a fallacy. Idiot. What? Like, you literally, that would be a fallacy. That's in my experience. I'm using a fallacy. You're using a fallacy. Don't point out that we're using fallacies if you're also going to use fallacies. In your experience, doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, now we're agreeing to disagree. Now we're both sitting here just going, all right, well, we're arguing in terrible formats. In a court of law, this wouldn't hold up because we're just using illogical points. A fucking rapport within yourself of like, I look great, I look awesome. This is how I need to look. I need to change my haircut. I need to start mewing. Maybe I should get facial surgery.
Well, yes, an idiot who's talking about mewing, perhaps.
Bro, you're 20. Bro, your brain's not even done developing yet. You're gonna get fucking plastic surgery.
Your brain never stops developing. You don't understand the science about that, though, do you?
No, your brain doesn't stop developing. Your brain constantly ages throughout the entirety of your life. But the majority of brain growth and development starts, kind of slow turning down at around 25, if I'm correct on that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like your brain still ages and your brain changes throughout your entire life. But that's kind of to also compensate for certain parts of your brain getting more, I guess, dumbed down or dying, right? That's why, like, wisdom is usually kind of prized through older people, whereas, like, intelligence, reaction time, and, like, in-the-moment decision-making is more prominent for younger individuals, right? Like, strategy, like, wisdom, like, all that stuff, carries through, and you get that through not only experience, but also brain development. But, yeah, I think I was more so saying, like, getting surgery to look different when you're below 25 and you haven't even physically stopped changing is absurd, Like, you see these guys that are like, I'm going to get plastic surgery, and they're 19, they're 20. I'm like, you might look different. Obviously, your bone structure isn't really going to change much. So I see what they're saying in that sense, but it's like, maybe give it some time.
Never stops. The 25 figure is false. It never stops developing.
20 years old because you think that you don't look good. Like, it's your life, fine.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, don't think that, like, that's the end all be all on whether or not people are gonna like you is how you look. It's because they take,
It is essentially.
like, the idea of black pill is they take something that isn't absurd to say and then make that the only thing that matters. Like, good-looking people
Is he going to say it's the prerequisite for the 50th time?
get better connections in life. Is that true?
Correct.
To a degree? Potentially.
To a high degree. In fact, if you look at the CEOs of the Fortune 500, I think the average height is 6'3". It's fucking insane. Like, height in success is super important.
I'm not going to disagree with the idea that looking better enables you to get more connections, because you find more utility-based friend, or not utility-based friends. You find there's like 3 different types of friends in Aristotle's not Nicomachean. Is it Nicomachean ethics? There's 3 types of friends. One's like of utility, one's of something else, and one's of virtue. And the one in the middle is like friend of value or something, and you kind of like being around them. And a lot of like success stories in the business sense are of attractive people that kind of brought themselves up rather than having like nepotism behind them where they, grew into wealth. But that's also because they had to make themselves stand out. And yes, more attractive people do, tend to do that. I'm not going to disagree with that.
But I think that...
Yes, your brain is...
Brady said, yes, height.
Very neuroplastic.
Brady's 6'5" at heart.
It develops the rest of your life. It never stops developing. That 25 figure is false.
The idea that looking good gets your foot in the door. But when you...
So that's more important, isn't it? Because if you don't get in the door, then your personality doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, but if you're focusing on success in the business world and a huge portion of your day is dedicated to how you look, and then you actually get down and you sit at that meeting and they interview you and they understand that you're a fucking dumb piece of shit because you haven't fucking studied what you need to know to get... Now we're not even talking about relationships. now we're just talking about like black pill, like how you look in the sense of like business success. Yes, looking good helps you land that interview. But then if you suck in the interview, they're not going to fucking hire you. You're not going to build that relationship with that person if you go out and get drinks and you actually shoot shit about what your ideas are, and your ideas are terrible. You know what I mean? Like, if you're trying to be an entrepreneur, your ideas matter more than what you look like, Like, I just don't, I get what you're saying, and I agree that, like, how you look does aid success in the business sense, but it's not the thing that is determining whether or not you're successful.
Idiot.
But Joe, it's the prerequisite. I know it's the prerequisite. I know it is a prerequisite.
You care about looking good, and then you get your foot in the door, and they're like, okay, hey.
But if you nail that prerequisite, you've done 90% of the work.
No, you haven't. What? Bro, you're acting like life is like a YouTube thumbnail. Like, oh my gosh. It's just like, if you're trying to date to fuck, maybe. Like, if you're just trying to get one night stand hookups and you just want to look good so people will just have sex with you, fine. But if you actually want to have a girlfriend and a wife, and you only focus on how you look, they're not going to like you.
If you actually look good enough for someone to want to date you long term, you have surpassed 90% of men. So,
bro, I'm going to have the counterpoint, though, that, women get with guys, you see, there's so many people, and they get judged for it. I have so many friends that even they themselves say their girlfriend's out of their league. And they're not looks maxers, right? They land that girl because the girl likes them, Like, they like their personality, because the women that they're with have dated guys that maybe they would perceive as more attractive than them, right? But those guys were assholes. Those guys weren't treating them the way that they wanted to be treated. So it's like, I don't know. It's a fallacy, Joe? Yeah, bro. I'm not going to call him out on his I called him out on a fallacy because he called me out on one. I'm not going to sit here and say we're having some fucking actual debate. We're not debating. This is a conversation.
Then your personality matters a lot less because you're actually physically desirable. Don't you understand?
Your personality matters less because you're more physically desirable. I think in the sense of, having sex, but not in the sense of dating, Like, not in the sense of, like, actually being with someone.
And that.
And they start asking for your qualifications, or they want to learn about you, and you're the most dull person ever, because
So yes, let's make up a fake scenario.
all you care about is whether or not you look appealing. It's like, man, that's like, I don't know. It also
Strawman's of despair.
causes so much stress within yourself, you know? The idea of having to constantly be like, I need to look this way. I need to be this attractive. It's, now you're like, you're hindering your own mood, you know? The pivot of how you feel in life is going to be how you look that day.
Well, yeah, it's increased insecurity, you know? I think, and the one thing that I will say is, I don't think, like, a lot of black pillars mean to be mean when they're talking about looks. They look at it at a very objective sense, which I understand, right? They're not like making fun of you for being ugly. They're just like, you're a 5, you know, you're a 4. Your face dimensions are fucked. But it's like, if you're somebody that's a part of that community and you're like self-criticizing yourself, it's like, wouldn't you just go day to day being like, God, I'm so ugly. My facial structure sucks. You know, nobody's ever going to love me. It's like, fuck, man. Like, now, like, you're not confident in yourself. And confidence can stem from attraction, but confidence doesn't stem from how other people find you attraction. Confidence doesn't stem from how attractive other people find you. Confidence stems from how you feel about yourself. And if people are a part of the black pill community and gaining value out of that, I'm fine with it. You know, whatever. If you are more confident in yourself, and because you're feeling like you need to do some sort of looks maxing thing, that's fine. But my concern is that, like, the self-love integrated with the idea of, like, hey, I'm so fucking ugly, my genetics suck, make you more insecure, and whatever you gain out of looks maxing in terms of objective attractiveness, you lose in insecurity, right? You might be more attractive to somebody else, but you won't hold that confidence because you're not confident in yourself.
Like, I don't know, man. And it's just like living for other people.
Black pill content. This is a group of people that believe looks and genetics are the most
What if you're just ugly? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean if you're just ugly?
important thing in life, and they decide how
The most important, correct. And not in life and dating.
every interaction is gonna go, which is, you know, sort of.
You were saying in life, though, because you're saying with business stuff, too. And I would say this is more an argument less about dating and more about, like, hookups, right? Like, I get the argument for blackpilling if it's just like, I just want to look good so I could hook up with somebody I met at a bar, had a 10-minute conversation with, and then we fucking, you know, hooked up.
Every interaction is gonna go, which is, you know, sort of.
Well, what is it? It's like
False, that's a straw man.
it's like subhuman, sub 5, sub 3, low tier normie, high tier normie, Chad. Like, there's a ranking system in the black pill, like, community
Correct.
where they, like, rank what you look. And a lot of the time, they'll say that I'm, like, a normie or a low tier normie. Like, I saw one guy do
You're a normie.
a whole facial analysis on me, and he said I was a 5.
That's not inaccurate.
He said I was a 5. And he was like, if he fixed his hair
That's not inaccurate. Yeah, no, you got some problems.
and got Greek curls, he'd maybe be a little bit better. But they'll be
Yeah, it's largely you're exposing your
My fat fucking forehead. Yes. My gigantic cranium. My head is huge. Yes. I can't wear regular hats.
overly wide neurocranium.
God, this guy's growing on me. This guy's growing on me. It's your overly wide neurocranium. Your head looks weird. Just say that. Just say that. Why are you fucking making it all scientific? Just say my head looks fucking weird.
Doesn't look good.
My chin protrudes. Your nose is fucking crooked.
like, his nose is crooked, his jaw's too far out. I'm like, man.
Yeah, your jaw's too wide.
Bro, I don't care. And the guys that are making those analysis videos are like 3s. Like, I just, how are you going to sit there and make all of your content
Because their looks has nothing to do with yours, idiot.
about, like, hey, I'm going to rank how this person looks?
I could look like the most greasy, ugly subhuman or a Chad. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God. I hate, bro, subhuman. Like, bro, like, oh my God. Like, we're calling people subhuman because it's like, oh, you're so fucking, yeah. I get the point. I get the point where he's like, it doesn't matter if you're a 3 because it's about objective attractiveness. Like, a 3 is still ranking you on an objective scale knowing they're a 3. But it's just like, ugh.
I'm giving you an objective assessment, idiot. And also, it's funny, you're now referring to how they look as if that matters. So you're kind of implying the black pill yourself.
Well, I feel like it's the perceived aggression. I think I had a bad first look at the community in that, like, all the shit I would originally see was just like hate spewing about certain people and being like, oh, you're sub 3, you're subhuman. And there are people a part of the community that do that. But I think from the objective standpoint, it's not meant to be malicious. I was just kind of making fun of the people that are ugly, a part of the black pill community, that are being assholes, right? Does that make sense? Where it's like, you're not being objective, like you're ugly, and then also going on, you know, social media and just being like, this person's fugly as shit. Like the people that are in comment sections that make fun of people they deem as ugly when they themselves are twos. It's like, why are you doing that? Like, it's like you're putting yourself on a higher... It's like you're making fun of somebody else to try and put yourself up on a higher pedestal. It's like, let me find more people that are uglier than me because that'll make me, in retrospect, more attractive objectively. But it doesn't.
When you're, like, literally in a basement that's wet, underground.
And what does that have to do with your face if they're in a basement that's wet, Joe? What does that have
Nothing. You're right.
to do with your face, idiot?
It's like fucking...
He's called me an idiot like 30 times.
Just ranking people. I'm like, yeah.
What if they're fucking sucking a dick while they're rating you? Does that matter? Idiot.
Just like fucking... Just rank...
Oh my God.
I'm like, yeah.
What if they're fucking sucking a dick while they're rating you? Does that matter? No. Idiot.
A 5. I don't care. Right? Like, I used...
See, no, he just broke character there. What is with, like, the fucking... Like, the monotone... Show emotion. Show emotion. Why? Like, he giggled for a second and then immediately... Look at him lock back in.
While they're rating you. Does that matter? No. Idiot.
A 5. I don't care.
No, and then he went,
right,
no, I gotta focus up.
I used to
Surely you don't. That's why you keep talking about it.
care so much about how I looked. And I still do fixate on certain things. Like, I fixate on my hair a lot, right? Because I do think I am going to go bald. And so that upsets me. But, like, there are days where I'll just be like, I didn't do my hair. And I'll just, like, fucking leave it. So.
And the thing that makes these people so lame is that they're quote-unquote straight men who edit other men because they think they look good, or they argue about which man they think looks better in the comment section, and just bully people who aren't conventionally attractive. When I know damn well...
Well, who's the famous guy that's technically the pinnacle of, like, black...
Keep pausing the video, bro.
Pill Chad. Oh, my God. Who is it? No, not Marlon.
You're pausing the video, too! Nah, this guy's being a cornball.
It's like a famous Hollywood actor. I don't know, man. I mean, like, this is...
Gotta prevent smile lines? No, I'm...
That's, like, one of the guys. I know, it's Ian Somerhalder. I would agree more on Ian Somerhalder than Jordan Barrett. Ian Somerhalder's a fucking hot guy. But, like, I don't know. Why is he the pinnacle of, like, Chad? Because his facial structure is good? Like, it's because, oh, well, they'll say I have a negative canthal tilt, too, and that makes me look like a bitch. I'm like, Chad, this is like...
That's something to laugh about.
Actual shit, where it's like...
It is something to laugh about, because I don't care. Because if you're going to fucking sit there and cry about the fact that you have a negative canthal tilt, that's only making you less confident, more insecure, and more unattractive. Like, I know I'm contradicting myself in this video, but it's contradictive to view yourself in that negative of a way, because then you're going against the idea of being more attractive because you're purposefully just making yourself more unappealing because you're now unconfident in yourself.
Analyze me, they'll be like, yo,
I don't give a fuck, bro. My eyes are angled like that. Who cares?
Looks like a bitch.
No, your biggest issues are not that.
Okay, it's like if you ever want to feel the worst you've ever felt in your life, ask somebody from the black pill community to rate how attractive you are, and they will be like, yeah, man, I think it's cooked. You're so ugly. And I'm like, God damn, man. Like, the fucking standards we have.
Oh, these people behind their desk looking like this and telling me this guy's right eyebrow is bigger than his left, so he's cooked. And then proceed to tell me this is the peak.
What a brain rot, like, low IQ original video as well, like with this little corny editing. It's like appealing to what, 12-year-olds?
St. Don?
Mel Beauty.
Yeah, man. Bro, actually, some shit that looks like you got plastic surgery.
Alright, bro. As a part of this
Okay, and?
video, I've looked into the species I'm a cold.
Honestly, bro, I think the biggest thing about attractiveness is how you carry yourself.
This guy can turn a 1-minute video into a 20-minute video.
Hey, that's the skill, brother. That's the skill. I might have some sort of attention disorder. I don't know. I've never been tested. That's a part of the fucking game, man. I could sit here and watch a 5-minute video for 4 hours.
And you could say this is like some glaze shit. I've seen a lot of guys that own how they dress. I think that's a big thing. What you wear changes. that's more than like
type of evil villain.
Dog in fucking Mew, so I can fix my facial structure, bro. If you like good drip, and not like good drip where it's
Is that why you're wearing a fucking tank top and a shitty chain?
Shitty chain. This chain's fucking worth as much as your car.
Wear what people want me to wear.
What the fuck?
I mean, yes, it matters.
Shitty chain. It's a fucking gold Cuban. What do you mean shitty chain?
But holy fuck.
That you fuck with and you like and you own it. People find that attractive.
Dude, own that fucking style, bro.
What? No, I'm not saying, yo, I'm wearing a regular ass tank top. This wouldn't be like going out clothes. I'm not going to sit here and be like, yo, I'm going to go wear this. What I think the point that I'm making is like confidence is perceived as attractive, right? And I think the black pill community would say that confidence stems from attraction. But I would argue that confidence stems from inner like belief of attraction, right? Not how other people perceive you, right? Like if you're weighing how their perspective of you, if you're weighing their perspective more than your own, then that's gonna shoot insecurity through the fucking roof, right? Like you have to care more about how you look in your own brain than how other people perceive you. And the people that you can see it, obviously, like if you're out in public, there are people that carry themselves in a way that they feel, even if they're not like, you know, chads in like the objective sense, they're more attractive because they carry themselves in a, you know, fucking confident manner.
I'm not trying to say like Adam Sandler.
Wait. Let me show you.
Danny DeVito. Oh my God. Oh my, yo, literally Danny DeVito. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I get what you're saying where it's like, yeah, he's short, you know, the hair, you know, it's its own thing. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Danny DeVito's a 10. But, like, Danny DeVito carries himself in a way that is more, it makes him more attractive than he would be if he was not confident.
So look at him owning this shit. Fucking Mauger.
Yeah, it's sick.
Holy fuck, dude.
Like, that guy's old, but, like, Adam Sandler owns his shit. Like, that's an attractive
yeah, bro.
To own the fucking baggy-ass basketball shorts. He looks like a cornball. Like, he wears cornball fucking clothes, but he owns it. And so nobody cares. It's not cringe. Like, if you own your shit, people are like, fuck with that. Because
So owning your clothes, that's something in your head that doesn't even exist.
What? What?
That doesn't even exist. So how are other people going to sense it if it doesn't even exist?
Subconscious cues? So like how you hold yourself, right? Like how you what I mean by owning your clothes is like the confidence you carry within your style, right? Like you're dressing a way that you feel fits you regardless of how you think society perceives that fashion, right? Does that make sense? I think there are ways where it's corny, like Jaden Smith I don't like his fashion. I think it makes him look worse. But that's like my opinion. Like some of the clothes Jaden Smith wears, it's not like, I don't know. I don't like certain things. I don't know what this is. This might have some meaning behind it that I don't know, but like, yeah, I get with this. It's like, okay, yeah, owning that's also just like, okay. But I'm saying in the sense of like non-basic, conventionally normalized clothing.
They're going to see your clothes. They're going to see your face. Are they going to see if you own your clothes? No, that doesn't even exist. Idiot.
No, but they're going to see how you're interacting with people, how you're having conversations. Are you enjoying yourself? Are you laughing? You know? Are you showing who you are at a bar versus the guy in the corner? Acting nonchalant, you know, tongue pressed against the top of his mouth. Fucking standing there. Like, bro, like if enjoying yourself, like, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, don't stop acting nonchalant, you know, like just be you, you know. I think that is attractive. Even if it's like not a physical thing, it's still shown. Your non-physical, I guess, personality traits show through physical action.
Level of authenticity, rather than trying to be somebody that you're.
People watch, bro. You see it. If you're 21, go to a bar, sit in a corner like a goblin, and just watch people. You will see more attractive guys, objectively, get less girls than guys that hold themselves in a way that is perceivably more attractive.
Oh,
people
okay.
recognize fakeness, and they don't fuck with people that are fake. And a lot of time, like BB community people are trying to be somebody that they feel like they need to be rather than somebody that they are.
People or black people.
That's deep.
People. I've studied their behavior and learned their lingo.
What did I say? I zoned out. Sorry. I saw somebody say, what drink do you get at a bar? And I zoned out, and I was thinking about it. I mean, that also might be like a playing factor. Like, there's so many small things that, like, subconsciously register within people. So I get what you're saying, like, the physical attractive sense. It's like, that matters. But there's so many other things outside of that, too, that I would also say are prerequisites.
And a lot of time, like, BB community people are trying to be somebody that they feel like they need to be rather than somebody that they are.
People or black pill.
That's deep.
People. I've studied their behavior and learned their lingo, and really, I don't like what I found. And just to be clear, black pill is more
Well, you sound like a fucking moron, so we don't care.
like an extreme version of looks maxing. Not necessarily all looks maxes, but, you know, drag making that distinction. The first place I looked to study these creatures was TikTok. There's a good chance that you come across a black pill editor, too. Normally what these consist of is a stitch of
Okay,
somebody's
no. The fucking music they use, though, is peak. I gotta say, if you see a BP edit, the video is fucking awful.
Wow, such a relatable normie take. Thank you.
But they edit it to where it's like, damn, this is, like, not convincing, but mildly interesting.
Why did that annoy him? What did I say that was... What did I say that... Like, he just, like... He, like, viscerally... had a visceral reaction to that. He got, like, mad. When I was like, oh, I like the music, he went...
Saying
something like, oh, looks don't matter, or someone that's not seen as conventionally attractive.
Like, because it's cringe that I shared a take that is, like, basic?
Literally doing anything.
Yeah, but
Because I'm a normie. Because I'm a fugly normie. I'm a stupid chud.
kind, smart.
See, like, that's so fucking sad. Nah, like, this guy's a cock. Commenting that, Sub-Zero looking at me. Bro, like, nah, you actually work at Burger King.
Yeah, that's a little cringe, but yeah, she looks horrible.
Bro, you work at Burger King and you don't have friends. Like, and you're sitting here commenting on people that fucking, like...
What is the importance of those things? Okay, they work a job, and then they don't have people they call friends. So now what?
And they don't have friends. Somebody with friends is always perceivably more attractive. Because being social is how you find a partner. Because humans are, like, not pack animals, but societal-based beings.
Actually, not.
You know what I'll do? I'll actually let the chat talk more. All right, here you go.
This motherfucker commenting against this woman, like, being an absolute dick about her appearance.
Thoughtful and caring, and those are things that matter more.
What if you can create your
Shut
own
up.
website by saying this?
Bro, get an ad blocker. Fuck. You're a YouTuber. Or get YouTube Premium. There's watching the ads.
This is what I want.
Why do you cut this out?
What if you got a hair trim? No, all right.
You can't.
But
Why is this in the fucking video? He's watching the ad.
What if you did get a hair transplant? You would look better, wouldn't you?
What did this poor lady do to you? Literally anyone can get hit with a black pill edit and nobody is safe. And normally the people that make these edits obviously leave their face out because almost 100% of the time they look like this. But on the rare occasion where the editor includes themselves in,
He's giving you ad revenue? Facts.
it's so obvious every single time because you just see this ethereal looking
I just made 0.0001 pennies from that.
renowned model and then this nigga. Okay, just try and figure it out yourself. Let me show you an edit and I want you to figure out which one is the person that made it.
Okay, nice.
Did you?
Wait, so are you guys implying that looks is subjective because you can always identify who snuck in?
Valid point.
Interesting. Interesting Freudian slip there, Joe.
I feel like that one's a joke, though. That one's a joke, though.
Why would you think it's a joke? Based on his face, it's a joke or not? So you're telling me you can objectively assess if he's good looking?
Well, I think it'd be absurd to I think it's an absurd level of narcissism to relate yourself to people that you're picking out as objective 10s and then just wedge yourself into that, regardless of whether or not you are a 10.
Ooh, interesting.
Did you find them? Let's try another one.
Attraction subjective. Attraction subjective on a multitude of things, but I think the black pill community kind of has an objective set of attractiveness items that are usually, by the majority of the population seen as, attractive. A symmetrical face, good bone structure. There's a few things.
Wait, if everyone can find them, that means it's objective, isn't it? Interesting.
I don't think that I'm disagreeing with the idea of a perceivably objective genetic attractiveness scale, right? Like I'm not disagreeing with the idea that a good bone structure is objectively attractive. I'm not disagreeing that facial symmetry is objectively attractive. I'm not disagreeing that my fat ass forehead is a -3 points on my 1 to 10 scale. But it's like that's not it. That's not the only thing that matters.
Oh, wait, so everyone can find them?
People in the comments are just flaming this nigga too. This guy just replied with this image. Fitting. I don't know where this nigga thought he was going with this. That's not a sneak in, that's trespassing. When being nice.
So you guys all just proved black pill. Good job.
Not cussed anything. Okay,
Idiots.
but on TikTok you also find the higher ranking.
No. Because I think the argument for black pill is that is not just the prerequisite, but the main thing that matters. That's what I'm arguing against. I'm not arguing against their rating system. You know, if you want to rate me a 5, that's fine. You know, if I'm a fucking normie, I'm not going to be like, I'm not a fucking normie and get all fucking offended by it. It's fine. Like, the thing that, like, the points that he made about my face, I agree with, right? I just don't have an insecurity about them that I used to, right? Like, I don't fucking hyper-focus on, like, oh, my fucking forehead's fat as shit. Like, do I sometimes wish, like, my forehead wasn't as big and my cranium wasn't as wide? Maybe. But, like, I'm not gonna tweak about, I'm not gonna fucking not sleep about it, you know?
BP people having mug-offs.
Bro, like, what the fuck? This is an
That's
actual
cringe
thing.
as fuck.
A mog off, and they're getting
That's
donations
cringe, yeah.
to see who looks better. This guy's making
Is my audio good? Let me know.
like a weird rock smolder right
Yeah, the audio's fine.
now.
Yeah, this editing is truly cancer.
This guy, I feel like this guy got the mog off probably. I'd vote him winning.
But can we address the elephant in the room though? This BP business is kind of zesty. Really look at the facts here, all right? We have men editing other men.
Yeah, it's like full focusing on other guys' attributes and being like obsessive over how they look.
Are you guys implying there's something wrong with that?
If they look good. And I've looked at how these people act and speak.
No, but the black pill mindset is attractiveness is the main prerequisite for getting women generally, when it is outward or like perceivably, you know, obsessive over other men in like, you know, I feel like it's kind of obvious. Like, why am I trying to explain this?
They wish
You're doing a black pill thing to try and get women, but a part of the black pill, you know, mindset is like constantly ranking and looking at other men's attractiveness.
Smiling like a deity because they like the way
and like comparing yourself to other men.
that he looks. I don't know about you, but that sounds a little sus to me. You know, if they're taking back shots or not, that's not really my
Okay, yo, that's sus.
concern.
I really do feel like Marlon has a very big BP community. Like, not even like he's trying to have it. It's just like, I bet Marlon
Do you feel that way?
has a lot of people that
I do feel that way. Yes. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking, Face IQ.
just like him because they find him attractive, but it's also like a lot of people that like want to look like Marlon.
I don't want to look like him. I want to look like other people.
So I said gay.
But these BP people like to throw.
You should want to look like you. That's the fucking point that I'm making. You know? I think you should always be like down to improve your health and your physical attractiveness, but you shouldn't like aspire to look like somebody else. You should just aspire to look like the best version of yourself.
Around the term female gaze. The whole goal
Yeah,
of
like you should have an authenticity.
I guess is to capture the female gaze. And they actually do have a calculated way that they measure attractiveness.
Your editing is fucking brain rot. Just talk to the camera, dude. Like, put your face. How about you put your face on camera?
Not just, oh, I think this guy looks better. And this is known as PSL. And
Bro, I don't know, man. I really feel like it's personality, bro. I have seen so many guys, girls way out of their league at bars because they're just really good at talking. And I'm not even saying flirting.
Well, let's just trust your anecdote over all the statistics then. Yeah, you know, like, let me show you a little something.
Height at a he's gonna say that women tend to match with men that are over 6 feet. Regardless of you being 5'11 and a half, the number matters more statistically. Yeah. I'm not saying anecdotally that is the case all the time. You know, I'm saying like if you go up to a woman at a bar and you're a 9 and nip slip and you're a 9 and you fucking try and flirt with her, but you're like, you know, what's up, babes? Let me get them digits. Cringe. Now a 7 walks up and sparks a conversation, you know, mentions he's charismatic, you know, he mentions something about her dress or her clothing and, you know, transitions into an actual conversation. They have, you know, some sort of spark between them, and then he kind of, you know, moves from there to a more flirtatious conversation, I guess. Does that make sense? It's like the charisma and the personality are just as much a prerequisite for landing a woman as the looks are in a physical setting, right? Like what you say to them matters. Like they're not like you're dumbing it down to like women see hot guy, they go for hot guy. Like it's more than just, you know, this guy's hot. I don't care if he's dull as shit.
Let's just trust your little Let's just ignore this, which this is millions of data points.
Yes. No, that is true. Women do filter out shorter men.
Millions of data points on one of the...
And I think that is a problem, you know. I think that does suck, you know. It's not it is unfair for shorter men. I will agree. And I think conversely it's the same thing for taller women, you know. Women over 5'9" have trouble finding men because tall men go for short girls, short guys go for short girls, tall women go for tall men. So it's like, if you're a tall woman, you are actually struggling. I would say you're struggling in the sense of not struggling in the sense of getting matches more, because men, it's harder to get matches than women, but like actual relationships, it's harder for taller women to find, you know. I disagree. Well, I'm saying if you're usually tall men go for short women, short men go for short women. So who goes for tall women? You know, I'm not saying people don't, but like in the same sense, it's two sides of the coin. And I will agree, you know, physically, like I'm not going to disagree with this point. I won't. But I think this doesn't disprove my point at a bar. You know, like if you are able to show yourself in a charismatic way, that is perceivably attractive. Now, I'm not going to disagree, and this is what does suck. And I'm not trying to be like rude when I say this, but yeah, if you're like 5'3" and a guy and you walk up to a girl that's 5'9" and you try and hit on her, she might not give you the light of day, you know? And that sucks. But like, that's why you got to fucking shoot your shot for other people, you know? Like, it's not
top ways people meet based on height, and
it's not like just you're not doom and gloom if you're 5'5" and a guy. Like, you could still find women, you know? It's just, yeah, it's guys that are like 6'5" are going to have it the best.
Female users filtering the height. Let's ignore this because of what you saw at a bar. That sounds smart. Let's do that.
Holding a conversation. Like, the amount of my friends, like, I would say Brooke's out of my league, right? I would say that she's much more attractive than me. I don't think, when we started dating, I don't think I was like some savant at talking, right? But like, I think I got lucky, right? But I do have a lot of friends.
So you have a lot of subscribers and money, remember?
That I think are very interesting people. And I wouldn't say they're ugly.
I didn't when she started dating me. I've been dating my girlfriend for over 4 years now. I wasn't even really making a salary when we started dating. Like, I was making money on social media, but like, now I make money. But I wasn't rich when I started dating Brooke, like, by any means. Like, we started dating October of 2021. Like, I was basically just starting out. Like, I had done TikTok for, you know, about a year prior. And I started streaming for like, you know, maybe like 9 months or so. But I hadn't really made much. I hadn't made enough money for it to be like lucrative. I had just started kind of like tuning up in terms of like an audience.
But they outwardly say
so he's trying to like insinuate that like my clout and money got me a girlfriend.
Her girlfriends are like 4 tiers higher than them attractiveness wise. And it's like, it's not because they went on the BP route and they pulled her. It's like, no, they went up, had a conversation, found common interests, right? Liked each other. And it's like, then
I understand where he's coming from, but largely I've observed a pretty high SMV correlation between men and women. Like, you'll see, okay, the man, maybe he looks worse, but oh, he's tall, he's rich, he's this, he's that. You know, it's pretty paired up when you...
No, I'm not gonna disagree that having wealth makes you more attractive. But it's not in a like gold digging sense. It's like a security sense. Like, you're probably less likely to find somebody being dead broke, you know, versus having money. Like, and not even in the sense of they're using you for that money. It's like you just have a sense of financial security. And a lot of finding a mate is desirable attributes that you like. Animalistically, you find a mate for somebody that you want to have kids with. That's not the case all the time now. There's people that have been married for 50 years, never have kids, you know. But like genetically and survivability wise, like a lot of you finding a mate subconsciously is like, I like this person. I could see them raising my kids, you know, and having money is an upside. Like, I'm not going to say it's not, right? Like, because you're more able to financially support children, you know, like if you have a kid, you could get them through college.
When you observe But
That's how they find you attractive.
you know, it's pretty paired up when you observe. But
That's how they find you attractive. Like,
alongside PSL, they also use the term appeal. Appeal is more just people finding you attractive regardless of your PSL. Now with PSL, this is where we get shit like this. This is what you call a PSL gun.
no, it's actually not. You're in fucking complete brain rot.
oh my gosh.
But a PSL god wouldn't necessarily have appeal. Because again, look at this shit. So I guess PSL is purely for the male gaze then. My zesty
Is
theory.
that a real photo? That's not a real photo. Chat, that's a real image? No. That is. That jaw structure is unreal, though. But that's what I'm saying, like, I'm not judging this guy by any means either. I feel like why is, like, I think it's just, like, the more, like, you look like a stone sculpture, the more attractive you are on a PSL scale.
It's uncanny. There's a level of facial symmetry and attractiveness that actually becomes unattractive, in my opinion. Like, if you look the most dangerous storage unit finds.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming and setting down because today we're looking into the odd and disgusting world of storage units. Is stuff starting to pile up in your house? Are you running out of room? Are friends and family starting to make weird comments about your life choices? Fear not, friend.
Just throw it all in the storage unit. That's why you knew, bro. Storage Hunters. You remember those shows? Storage Wars. American Pickers, all of those were like fake ass shows. I'm so sure of it. Maybe the storage units were real, but dime a dozen. You know, like not like it's one in a needle in a haystack. You're getting a good storage unit. Most storage auctions are selling like, you got to think, bro. Like, what is the average shit people are putting in storage units? Holiday decorations, mattresses, family memorabilia, and shit, like trash, almost. Basically trash. Stuff that's meaningful to an individual, but worth nothing. So whenever I saw those fucking videos where it'd be like, yep, just bought this storage unit for $1,400. Oh my God, look, he has antique rifles in perfect condition that are worth $140,000. Who the f puts that in a storage unit? Why would you have that? Oh, he has a katana collection. What? What are you are you going through like the coolest people ever? What do you mean? If that's the stuff they're putting into storage, I want to know what they actually own. Like, are you going through like Jeff Bezos's abandoned storage unit where he has like a block of gold just sitting in the corner? Like, who the fuck has that? No one has that shit. Some cool ass stuff. Yeah, that, and then they just never find anything that's, dude. There was one show, or like one episode where they actually went through shit, and I was like, wow, this is interesting, because it was all trash. It was just garbage.
There is a simple solution that may only cost you roughly $20 a month, allowing you to relocate your hoard of filth elsewhere. So first off, love Storage Wars. Fake TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds.
Yo, I feel like these guys, wait, go back to store. I used to watch Storage Wars every day. This guy, these two, terrible couple. I wonder if they're still, I think it was for the show. Obviously, I think it was staged, but they would always bicker. They hated each other. I never understood how they weren't divorced. I'm going to say that right now. I'm not trying to like judge the relationship or anything, but like on the show, they would just fucking scream at each other. It'd be like, all right, don't bid on that, honey. And he'd be like, yep, another, yep, okay, yep, we're buying that one. After his wife literally told him not to get it. Just like direct oppositions. This is the favorite character, though. Favorite character right here. The old guy, don't remember his name. This guy was a douchebag, Dave. I always wanted Dave to get upbid on something and then fucking make no money. And I hated the show too because it was like, not only was the shit they were getting like fake, it was like they just knew the price of shit off the top of their head. Like Dave would walk in, he'd be like, broken Turtle Beach headset, $20. Candle warmer, $15. Oh, ladder, $183. And you throw it to the side. I'm like, yo, you have to sell that to someone. Like, not only are you buying the storage unit, like, who are you? And then one day they showed Dave's actual shop, and it was just full of shit. It was like shelves, like floor to ceiling, of just like random technology parts and stuff he got at a storage unit. I'm like, who's coming to this store? I just go to Best Buy. If I'm looking for a fucking iPhone charger, I'm not going to go to Dave Hester's auction site and go buy a fucking used Amazon cord that he got from a dead guy that didn't pay off his fucking storage unit.
TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds of videos online of verticals of people like, they find tons of money. It's all fake.
Get the fuck out of here! If I found that, I'd think that there's a drug dealer that used to own that shit. You found a wad of 10 grand?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I bet you there are storage units where people find some crazy shit. But I want to know what's some real.
Nah, surely. Drugs. That's what you're finding, bro. I could see a world where, like, a storage unit gets foreclosed on, you buy it, and there's just, like, 5 kilos of cocaine that you find. Like, or a grenade, bomb, unregistered weapons. That's probably really common. Finding guns. Like, weapons, knives, stuff like that. But not of value. It's just, like, okay, this is, like, doesn't even have, like, the serial numbers fucking scratched off.
Crazy shit someone's found. I want some disgusting, depraved stuff. And that's what we're going to dive into today, all right? Storage units are a great solution for those with too many possessions. The services range from small rooms to large garages, and these labyrinths are found worldwide and hold all sorts of strange items. However, these large steel buildings are not as safe as you may think. From burglaries to insane tenants and even murder, storage facilities are the Wild West of urban cities with chaos hiding behind.
Yeah, dude, there actually probably are people that sleep in storage units.
Behind every turn. So, grab your padlocks and steel boots as we get ready to lift the door on the strange ongoings of storage units. I lived in a storage unit for 2 months.
What's the weirdest thing? Bodies. There was probably somebody that bought a storage unit and there was like a human head. Something like remains of an animal, dead stuff, rotting shit. Like, what else is, like, disturbing or dangerous? Bombs, acid, just fucking weird murder, sex dungeon shit, yeah.
If you've ever watched shows like Storage Wars, which was one of the most popular shows of the 2010s, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crazy things to be discovered in storage units. Storage Wars followed a competitive group of...
Yeah, and bro, they would always be in some fuck-ass town. They were never in, like, Miami, dude. They'd be in, like, rural Nebraska. Yeah, today we got a good find here. We got a few units we're going to be putting up for bid. A few units we're putting up for bid in Nebraska. What do they have?
Buyers traveling from auction to auction, trying to see who could make the most money with the units they purchase, right? $500, sold to the guy for $500. Now I need to make $500 plus more money for profit. That's the show. That's every episode. And there's some bickering here and there. It's trash television. It's also all completely fake. It doesn't matter. Still,
bro, really? Now that upsets me. I wanted at least part of it. I knew it was fake, but, like, you kind of want part of it to be real. It's like when you're a kid and you find out the WWE is staged. And you defend it for a while, you're like, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Randy Orton actually fucks people up. And then you do know it's fake, but you kind of believe it. That's where I was with Storage Wars. Where it's like, yeah, no, I know it's fake, but it's like, dude, they're still throwing haymakers on each other. Like, they're getting hurt. They're getting hurt. Former Storage Wars star files lawsuit claiming show is fake. What lawsuit is he filing? Because he was a part of the show. Like, I don't understand.
Over the years, some of the people on the show have found insane things like rare art collections and priceless vehicles. And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to see.
Yeah, he would always find some crazy shit. He'd be like, this is worth a ton. Look at this. Pulls out a picture of a German Shepherd. Guess who painted this? His son's like, who? The Adolf Hitler. It's an original. Really? A random storage unit in fucking Tennessee had a painting from Adolf Hitler.
And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to talk about today. Starting in 2018, a man who bought a unit for $500 and was so excited about what he found that he approached Storage Wars auctioneers Dan Dotson to spread the word. Inside the unit was a lock safe and took multiple attempts and 2 different locksmiths before the code was finally cracked. When they opened the safe, they were greeted with $7.5 million in cold, hard cash. I'd come. I'm not even joking. I would be leaking. I'd be oozing the honey. The maple is going down the tree. You know what I mean? It would be a beehive in my pants, is what I'm saying. Sticky. News of the discovery made it back to the original owners of the unit. Realizing their money had just been sold for less than 1% of its worth, they contacted the buyer with a lawyer offering $600,000 for the unit and the money. No. After intense back and forth, both parties settled on a reward of $1.2 million and the owner received their money back in full. He still got $1 million out of it, but I would have been like, I'm not fucking giving you shit. That's also...
Okay, well, what dumbass would also not pay their storage... See, this is what I'm saying. You have $7.5 million of cash in a storage unit. You had to have robbed a bank. Like, you robbed the New York City Central Bank and fucking stole $7 million in cash because a regular bank has like 10 grand on hand at a time, maybe 50 tops. Like, what the fuck? Like, how are you not paying the $100 a month for the storage unit?
You lie and say, I found $3 million in a deal. I'm not going to tell people about the other $4.5 million. Come on.
So wait, also, is this the
I'm cutting the fucking cameras. I'm telling the show to fuck off. What? If I'm Dave from Storage Wars and I find $7.5 million in a safe, I'm giving the producers $3 million and I'm going, fuck off.
Many believe that the cash was unmarked and was being held in a locker to avoid the law. Storage lockers are typically used for non-perishable items, and while some are climate controlled, it's never a good idea to store food inside. During a routine lock check, a manager began to smell a funky, sweet smell emanating from a nearby locker. When they opened the door, they found 4 large 55-gallon drums. They slowly opened the...
I'm immediately assuming there's a dead body in there. 4 55-gallon drums. 55-gallon drums of lube. Doubt it's lube.
The barrels and found that inside the unit was over 200 gallons of maple syrup.
That's not that bad. Maple syrup. Why do they have that? What a fucking shock that would be. You buy the unit, there's just fucking literally hundreds of dollars of maple syrup. It's authentic. It's from Vermont.
Relieved that it wasn't anything serious, they contacted...
Did they ever plan on using it? Do they like show up to the storage unit once in a while and like fill up their syrup bottles?
The owner and asked why they were storing so much liquid inside the facility. The owner said nothing. The manager didn't remember.
Pleads the fifth. Okay, that would sketch me the fuck out. Hey man, just wondering why you have like 4 55-gallon drums of syrup.
Moved the syrup, but
hangs up.
Did notice that bugs and other vermin were starting to hoard around the locker.
I think they stole the syrup. I think it was a little syrup thief.
So you think that these are people that like they went to the Aunt Jemima factory?
Yeah.
Does syrup go bad?
I don't think it does.
I think about it. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen bad syrup. Editor note: Can syrup go bad?
Yeah. No, syrup could go bad, and I think I've had expired syrup before at like an Airbnb. Do you guys use the condiments they have at Airbnbs? I do. But I'm always worried. I always get worried, bro. I'm going to go to an Airbnb and use their shampoo, and the person before would have put Nair in it, and then I'll just see my hair just like falling into the fucking... Dude, that's such an unrealistic fear, but I mean, that could definitely happen. Like somebody puts Nair in the fucking soap that they give you at like an Airbnb, and I'm using it, and then my hair just starts fucking falling out of my head. Some shit like that. I use the syrup, though, and I remember one tasted weird one time, and I looked at it, and it was like 2 years expired. No, but it could get moldy. Yeah, I guess that... Oh, God. Was it moldy? No, it just tasted weird.
A lot of storage facilities act as graveyards for deceased people's stuff. Once the person is gone, their belongings can sit there for years until the container is auctioned off along with the stuff inside. One of the most common finds is war memorabilia left behind by veterans. Usually it's old medals, uniforms, and guns, but on rare occasions, it leads to live arsenals being discovered, aka they have like a fucking bomb. Out in Rockwell, Texas, bomb squads were called to a storage space containing what they were told were live military-grade munitions. When they
that is literally a missile shell.
Arrived, they were greeted with boxes of hand grenades, old ammo, and even live tank rounds. That guy's just like, I want to take them. My business is not done. After safely removing all the explosives, they were taken to a nearby field and detonated. God, what a fun day.
They better let me go to that, you know? There was a controlled detonation in a nearby field. I feel like they'd have to invite the guy. If I'm the one that... Do you think if you own the storage unit, the police would let you come with them to the field where they'd blow it up?
And detonated. God, what a...
Have to.
A fun day. How sick would that be? Well, you got to use them. Look at your buddy. You're making money.
No. That's lame as hell. I'd be like, give me money. Give me $500 for the fucking rounds then.
Dreams come true. Oh, that's...
So did they get to watch?
Yeah. Yeah. The people blowing them up?
Or I meant the people who bought the storage unit.
Oh, they better. I'd be like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. You better let me blow. I'd be like, you need to rent me.
Yeah, dude, I would want them to give me the little presser thing where I go, boom, and it blows up like dynamite.
Tank, so I can shoot this. I feel like you could rent tanks for not that much either. There's no...
What? It's only $600 you get to drive a tank? Oh, you get to crush a car. You pay $3 grand almost. You get 5-ton transport, 2 passengers. You get to drive all 3 of these things. Crush a car, 5 machine guns. Barrett 50 cal shop and equipment tour. Might as well fucking write that off. That's stupid.
Guns, like they're not, but you can drive them. That's a lot of places you can do. You can like run over cars with them and stuff.
Oh, but in a location, you can't just take it to your house.
No, it's a
okay.
No. No, the treads would tear up the road. The city would be very mad. It is unclear who the previous owner was and how they acquired such a dangerous collection. Investigators discovered the bombs while investigating the owner for a massive Ponzi scheme. While searching his locker in hopes of finding more evidence, investigators instead uncovered explosives. In total, police removed 60 PVC pipe bombs and over 400 cardboard explosives. Like a Home Depot terrorist. The owner, S. von Merchenthaler, was arrested and sentenced to 11 years in prison for illegal possession of explosive and weapons.
That guy was starting a revolution.
That guy was getting ready. I'm like, some bank just got spared because some motherfucker was going in. If you go digging through people's stuff, you were bound to find creepy items that they didn't want you to see in the light of day. In Florida, a former medical examiner's dirty secrets were aired out when he defaulted on his storage payments. Dr. Michael Birkland, a medical examiner based out of Pensacola from 1997 to 2003, was fired for not creating proper autopsy reports. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this sounds good.
So he was stealing body parts or something? Oh my god. He was a guy that did autopsies, was taking like fingers and genitals and shit from people, storing them in a fucking locker.
My asshole immediately did. Following his departure,
the guy had no butthole when I found him.
Continued performing autopsies until 2007, when he stopped altogether. And in 2012, Michael's storage locker was auctioned off for $900 as he could no longer afford it. When the new owner started digging through the stuff, he found a stack of boxes in the back.
$900? Who the fuck would pay $900 for a random storage unit?
Corner and was disgusted by what he found. Inside were organs belonging to over 100 different people.
Were they like in a jar or something? Organs from 100 different people he just had in boxes? Was he like eating them? Were they rotting? Like, why was he taking organs from people?
Brains, lungs, livers, and hearts were all found in formaldehyde. That would be a smell alone. When you open that store, you would have to smell it. Formaldehyde is strong.
But it should be sealed, right?
Yeah, but I would still think of, 100? I would assume that you'd be like, it smells weird.
There would be boxes. It's not one small card, but you would have a whole corner of boxes full of just random organs and jars.
Which maybe all storage units have like a funk, but formaldehyde, I feel like you can smell that shit.
Why? What makes, like, I understand he does like autopsy shit. He might be like just into that for some reason, but what makes you want to just take like the brain of a random person?
I feel like it would emanate a little bit of scent.
Like a collection?
Even worse, the organs were stored in...
Oh my god, they were in like food Tupperware bins?
Basic Tupperware and double gulp cups from local gas stations.
That definitely has a smell then.
Like he took the fucking lungs of somebody and just dumped out a fucking big Diet Coke, just put it right in the fucking cup.
I thought they were in jars.
That wouldn't even seal it.
Oh my god. No.
How do you even obtain formaldehyde? I mean, dude, he was an autopsy doctor. Like, he probably just had access to that.
Not even glass jars, plastic Tupperware, and big gulp cups, dude. Fucking big gulp cups. Police quickly tracked down Dr. Birkland, and all of the organs were removed. He was charged with keeping a public nuisance, improper storage of hazardous waste, and driving with a suspended license.
Just threw that on top.
Yeah, like, what's the charge there? Is it like stealing from a body? Because he's not killing people. No, it's not like Dexter. He's not killing people. They're dead. He's just taking their body parts. Like, you died, he's doing a report on your body, and then he just takes your lungs.
We gotta make sure we get this motherfucker. 10 families were notified of their deceased loved ones being found in the locker. Michael never faced any jail time. How? Because he posted his $10,000 bond and walked away. Posted $10,000 bond, but was unable to afford the storage. I'm telling you. Every one of these
he just wanted to get rid of that shit.
Just a little suspicious, isn't it? To be fair, if he's putting the brains and organs in big gulp containers, I don't think he really gives a fuck that much. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Threw it in there.
I want to know why he did it. Do you think it's just trophies?
Probably. If you're...
It was probably like weird oddities of things from people that died that he wanted, and then it became like kind of like a habit. You know, maybe a superstition. Like when he's on the job, he has to take like a fucking trophy or something bad will happen.
Doing the autopsy stuff, you have to have a fascination with the human body in some way where you're maybe what do you probably they're probably like prize organs. That's the most beautiful liver I've ever seen.
How do you take the brain out of a person without them noticing? That's what I don't understand. If you're an autopsy doctor, how the fuck are you drilling into somebody's skull, taking their brain out, putting it back without anybody noticing? Like, because wouldn't the person at the morgue be like, yo, this guy's head is fucked up?
I thought he was going to do something much more diabolical.
I thought he was fucking dead bodies.
I didn't think he was fucking dead bodies. I feel like it might have been like an organ harvesting business, you know? Guy's dead. You kind of just, you know, take the lungs out. Give them to a black market dealer.
But Dr. Birkeland wasn't the only one misusing a storage unit. While his story may have been the most grotesque, others have turned the spaces into makeshift homes. The price of rent has become nearly unaffordable across the United States, causing people to look for cheaper places to live. Besides,
is it illegal to stay in a storage unit? It's probably not allowed to sleep in it.
Being outright homeless, many have chosen to move into storage units. Certain storage facilities offer climate.
That actually looks sick. I would sleep there. Got a whole ass living room, bed. Got a bit of a kitchen going on.
Facilities offer climate-controlled units, plug-ins, and public bathrooms, covering all the basic essentials one would need in basically an apartment. With the average size of a container being 10 feet by 10 feet, that is more than enough room to fit a single bed and a small kitchen. Plus, storage facilities cover the cost of the utilities, so really saving some money. Granted, you're in a rat cage, but still, out of the rain. So long as you can afford the cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means.
Yeah, oh, you got to keep quiet during business hours? What, because you're just... What would they do, though? Just kick you out?
Well, within your means. And one woman chose to move into a storage locker after her rent was raised from $850 to $1,300 because the building had to be rebuilt after a tornado leveled it. Which I want to say, that's unfair. That's a huge jump, too. My God. $800 to $1,300? Holy fuck.
That was just an excuse to raise rent.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to do a new one. I have to do it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, right. In 2021, Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by a massive tornado that left most of the town in ruin. Angie paid her rent by driving for Uber Eats, Grubhub, and Lyft, and was barely making her rent. But after the tornado destroyed her building, it was sold to new owners who raised the rent to $1,300 a month to help pay for the renovations. Tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment with a collapsed roof, she decided enough was enough and packed up all of her things and lived in her car. Since her car was crammed with stuff, she couldn't do ride sharing anymore, so she decided to rent a storage unit. At the time, she also began dumpster diving for Nike.
I don't know. I get the liability aspect of you're like, okay, you can't stay in this fucking storage unit, but how do you prove that somebody's living in there? Because I could just be like, oh, no, I just got to move stuff in and out, man. Like, it's your storage unit. Like, I would be like, oh, no, this is just a bed, man. I'm not sleeping here. This is just like a little hangout spot for when I'm, like, moving my stuff around. Yeah, catch them sleeping. It would be at night. If they're, like, there at night and they're not moving stuff in and out. I feel like you can't really hide the fact that you're living in a storage unit. If your car's always parked in the lot outside of it and you're just always there, like, people would be like, dude, you're sleeping here.
The dumpster diving thing, good way to make quick cash, especially if they're nice shoes. Why the fuck not? So she upgraded to a larger unit to store her inventory after discovering it had a power outlet. She brought in items like a fan and lamps and eventually decided to stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money.
Yeah, I get her being able to live in here for a while, but like, why is everything just fucking jumbled around, bro? Like, there's literally no organization. This feels like a trash storage unit. Like, there's just a microwave on the ground. There's not even a power outlet. Where are you gonna fucking run that? How do you have power? Do they get like a fucking just like a generator? They don't have fucking outlets at storage units. It's just a metal fucking building.
Stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money. However,
why would there be an outlet at there's a single power outlet? Why would there be an outlet at a storage unit though?
She was eventually evicted because she was found storing her stuff in units she didn't pay for. All right, Angie. Angie was she was rolling hot. She was like a Scorsese protagonist in a movie, and then that's the thing. That's the thing that flew too close to the sun. To make things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago. And
what? You get fired from Uber because you had a DUI 34 years ago? I get if you had a DUI recently, you shouldn't be able to work at Uber Eats or Grubhub, but like, I feel like if you're in your 50s and you got a DUI when you were like 18, I feel like you should be able to like do delivery service. Maybe I would maybe get it if it's like Uber. If you ever have a DUI on your record, you can't Uber people. But like, why can't you deliver food? That happened to my dad. I feel like that's crazy. You're not allowed to deliver fucking somebody's KFC because you had a DUI 30 years ago.
Things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago and has since moved to a different, cheaper storage facility where she lives now. I want to say that's fucking bullshit. 34 years ago I had a DUI and that's an Uber gets me for that? Word? How about you fucking forgive and forget, dude?
The one thing that I've been seeing, yeah, dude, actually, that's what I agree with that. Like, I don't think you should be fired for that. I was going to say the weirdest thing about, like, Uber with, like, recent economy is, like, the self-employed work makes it seem like the country's more employed than it is. Because so many people do Uber Eats and, like, Uber and all that shit on the side. But the majority of that isn't, like, you're not getting, like, full-time wage pay. You know, like, a lot of people that are unemployed that don't do a 9-to-5 do Uber Eats to make money on the side so they could, like, afford, you know, to live while they're searching for a new job. But you're, like, you're not unemployed, but you kind of are employed, per Atrioc. Atrioc talks about that stuff a lot. I don't know if he said specifically what I've said. But, yeah, with Ubering in general, it's like, it skews the numbers. But, yeah, he's not a fan of, I don't know if he's not a fan of Uber. But he's talked about how, like, part-time wage work is pretty bad. It's good for, like, stimulating economic growth for people that need side hustles. But it's like, most people that do Uber Eats are just doing it to get by or get extra money for a specific thing. So it doesn't really count. It counts as you being employed, but you're not really employed.
People must have complained that they maybe smelled alcohol on her.
She keeps putting stuff in my storage locker, and I think she's drunk. What if it was that? On TikTok, a couple went mega viral for showing off their elaborate home inside a storage locker. Leyland Brown and his partner run multiple social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because
we're getting evicted. I mean, yeah, you can't really post. Like, if you're trying to secretly live in a storage locker, you can't really post about how you live in a storage locker.
Social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because of a video showing off their storage unit. Hidden behind a wall of boxes was a full-blown apartment, complete with a couch, dressers, and a small kitchen. Leyland claimed he could run through the halls for exercise, use the bathroom whenever he wanted, and play loud music without disturbing anyone. This video would not only build his online following, but also get him kicked out once the property manager saw the video. Following the move out, Brown and his partner had been living in the woods inside a tent and getting continually evicted because he would...
Living in the woods? Yo, I would go rent another storage unit. What? I feel like same day, bro, you could go a town over and rent another. If I needed, like, actual time, I'm not gonna go fucking live in the woods.
Buddy, give up the social media thing. That or lie about your location. Holy shit. Today, the couple lives permanently inside a hotel room and uses generous donations to help them stay out of storage lockers.
In a hotel room? Wouldn't that be more expensive than, like, maybe a motel, but wouldn't living in a hotel room be more expensive than living in a, like, apartment? Dude, because a hotel room's like $100 a day. More. What hotel room are you staying in that's cheaper than an apartment? Yeah, like a GTA 5 motel? No, there's motels that you can rent for months. Yeah, like an extended stay motel. But that's it.
Numerous instances of people living inside these facilities, it is actually against the law to do so. Some places have input extreme measures to ensure
Is there a lot of people living in motels in America? Yeah. If you ever drive past a motel, I would say most people that you see on the outside are living there. Not like permanently, but they've been there for a month. It's usually like an in-between spot. If they're trying to find like an actual apartment, but nothing's cheap enough, or like they can't get a duplex or Section 8 housing, they usually stay in a motel. Midwest hotels are actually really cheap. Hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. live in motels long-term due to poverty or housing inability or instability. I don't know. Anytime I pass a motel, dude, you could see like bikes and stuff on the outside. Like, people are like long-term there. It's not just like a casual stay.
Managers are trained to identify suspicious activity and contact the police as soon as they suspect someone is living inside a unit. Additionally, more security guards are being hired to patrol, making it increasingly difficult to stay overnight. New locations are being built to be more hostile inside, with no restrooms on the property, no electricity or temperature control, and even poor circulation to prevent air from circulating. Excessive. Someone's just like, I want to rent this unit, I'm going to stay inside. I'm storing myself. What's the big fucking deal?
It's a violation. It's a code violation. Also, you're not paying enough rent to live there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you think they're just like, well, you just give me somebody using the bathroom?
Yeah, they'd let you live there if they could, under the table, get $1,000 a month from you.
You have to sign a waiver being like, if you die from a heat stroke in here because the AC sucks, you're in a storage unit. Okay, you can't sue me. You need to realize this is a storage unit, so they don't come to me and be like, it's too hot in here. Is it? You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like any business, you're gonna encounter weird customers, and storage centers are no exception. For some reason, the halls of metal doors and concrete flooring really get people hot and horny. Numerous cases of people getting caught having sex have been reported, and what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm gonna treat.
Oh my God, they're trying to cheat on their husband or wife, but they don't know where to fuck, so they just go to a storage unit and meet up with a random guy or girl. The Love Shack is a little old place where we can get together. Our staff has discovered that a couple is using a leased indoor climate-controlled unit for regular afternoon delight. Winky face. Their arrangement appears to be an old-fashioned adultery. We're in a smaller town, best facility in our region. Bro, why don't they go to like a fucking motel? They're fucking in a storage unit.
Getting caught having sex have been reported. And what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm gonna treat my baby right. I'm gonna take her to the storage unit. It's hot in here.
Cause yeah, you could set up a bed. Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Easy. Jesus. God damn, dude, you need to calm your ass down. In Cleveland, Ohio, the chief of police was found cheating on his wife with another woman. Chief of police is so funny. Wes Snyder had served as police chief for a decade and was widely respected for his dedication to the city. Definitely respected by somebody. That all changed when workers at the storage facility noticed that he and Sharon Marr, a city nonprofit employee, were entering a unit together for 6.
Bro, why don't they just get a divorce? Like, why are you, if you're going through the lengths of like fucking a random woman in a heat-controlled storage unit, why are you with your wife? What a way to destroy your career. Bro, literally, just get a fucking divorce. Why are you, do you love your wife? How do you love your wife enough to stay with her, but don't love her enough to the effect that you're going to now rent a storage unit for the purpose of having sex with women?
When the staff opened the doors, they found the couple having sex in a makeshift sex dungeon. The dirty deed took place on a rug with pillows and blankets. Other things like alcohol, baby wipes, paper towels, and hairbrush were found inside. God damn.
It's very depressing.
It's a very...
This is where they're fucking, dude. Oh my God. Not even gonna get like, bro, you could at least get like a cot. This looks like a fucking shit pillow and something you found on the side of the street, dude. This is like beach lounger pillows.
It's a very depressing locker. If you're the chief of police, can you not, can you not get a bed? Get a hotel.
Yeah, splurge a little bit, dude.
Hell, dude. God damn. A sex dungeon, too. I mean, it really is. It's just a thing where it's just like, this is our fuck shack. I call this the raccoon trap.
Yeah, and do you think they leave right after? Like, they meet up, maybe go to dinner or whatever, go back to the storage unit. Yo, you want to go back to the unit? Take you back to the unit. Unit 108. It's our spot. Let me light a candle real quick. Mahogany. I actually got it from Yankee Candle. You know, this is the first time I'm lighting it just for you. And when they have sex and then they leave. Like, you know how awkward that would be? Do you think they sleep there? No, because he has to go home. So they go to the storage unit, have sex, and then leave.
After 33 years of service, quickly resigned, and both parties issued an apology to the city.
I mean, at that point, bro, just like fucking a gas station bathroom. Like, that's, like, it's not romantic. You got a fucking beach lounger pillow laid out.
It's becoming more difficult to be at a storage unit when nature calls. Bathrooms are now private use, and this has left some tenants to leave their shit elsewhere. At one facility, workers were alerted by a bucket found in the middle of an aisle.
Just filled with poop.
When they found it, they witnessed that it was filled to the brim with human feces.
That was the picture? That wasn't the real photo. That's not poop. Looks like dirt.
Filled to the brim with human feces. Filled.
But then they have to be pushing it down. Like, you would have to mat it down at some point. Or do you think the poop just eventually, like, finds its place? You know? Like, it just, like, mushes down over time. And that's not the real photo. Is it weird to say that I want to see the photo? An entire 5-gallon bucket full of poop?
And it is believed that the person shit there on purpose. They're making a statement, dude. At an outdoor facility, a property manager hopped on his golf cart to patrol the grounds when he found a t-shirt discarded outside a unit. He reached down and tossed the shirt into the back of his cart, only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
Wait, what?
Only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
What do you mean hit by a cold spray of diarrhea? Like it smelled like it was diarrhea? Like it was covered in, like, poop?
Someone had used the shirt as toilet paper and covered it in feces. So everyone that's watching...
And he picked it up and didn't notice until he got back in the golf cart it would immediately reek.
This video's clicked off, right?
Yeah, at this point.
They're gone. I'm talking to no one now. Online, multiple people have come together to tell their stories of how people will simply poop in trash cans or next to fire hydrants, like a dog. Another manager complained to having to deal with a serial pooper who stalked the grounds at night and pooped on buildings and the streets. Goddamn serial shitter's back. You think he like shows up there, like the sheriff's like looking at it? What is it? He's just like, I know who that's from. It curves to the left.
I recognize the poop swirl. There's corn in there. It's one of his favorite foods. He always has it's always a darker hue, a little closer to black than brown. Either he has a colon disease or some sort of disorder, or he's just a big fan of hearty, fibrous fruits like blueberries.
His tenants are regularly found passed out or injured near their units. The owner of a storage facility was alerted to a specific unit after smelling smoke in the hallway. Smoked himself out. When they opened the door, they found the owner on the ground unconscious and a jerry-rigged kitchen cooking food. Got a big old like pork chop in there.
He had a full-blown smoker in his storage unit. He just gassed himself out of the storage unit.
Nothing I love more than cooking a pork chop in my storage unit. The renter had set up a hibachi grill. What? He was practicing? The renter had set up a hibachi grill and covered himself in the grill with a blanket to mask the smell, but asphyxiated himself with the smoke and fumes. What a dipshit. He's doing that thing. He's like, dude, I'm doing that onion ring volcano. He's like, that's awesome. Just blacks out immediately. A similar situation occurred during what the owners referred to as a dead body walk, when one of them discovered a customer passed out drunk in the middle of the aisle. The owner was drawn to the man when he found a—
Why are we renting storage units to people that are doing this? I feel like you would get the vibe that that's the type of guy to fall asleep in a storage unit just drunk. Like somebody shows up, yeah, I need a unit, man. He's like already hammered. I'd be like, no.
Long extension cord that spanned nearly the entire building. When he found the drunk, he passed out with a beer in one hand and the other down his pants. In front of him sat a TV and a VCR that was playing pornography. What a king.
Wait, so he was fucking jerking himself off with the
Hey,
bottle?
bro, extension cord over, he was plugged it in, he was beating his dick off, getting drunk. He's like, ugh. How do you wake, even if no one found him, how do you wake up from that?
Yeah. What am I doing?
Why do I keep doing this? The VHS has popped out because it like, you know, it stops, it rewinds, and it pops out. And he's sitting there, he's like, pushes back in, round two. Takes his onions. Covered himself in a blanket. The police were called, and the sound of
out again, just asphyxiation.
sirens woke the man up, giving him just enough time to hide in one of the empty units. He had previously been given keys to all the vacant units in the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, nice.
Why was he given keys to empty units? Because he helped them clean? She would pay him something for doing so? So she just let him have access to the fucking units? Why would you ever do that with a random guy?
The facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, now he's the key master too. You helped me move a box, so here's every key to every unit. The same man had been seen just a few days earlier naked and unconscious in front of a different unit, but no action was taken. Damn, dude. That's a minotaur. That's a labyrinth I would not want to walk into. Can you imagine like sitting there and grab your stuff?
I'd be scared. I don't know. I'd run away probably.
If I saw a naked passed out guy, yeah. Well, I'd probably call 911 because like, hey, there's a dead naked guy. After the police left, he emerged from the hiding and confronted the owner for calling them, only to be kicked off the property for living inside the unit. I like how he had the audacity to be like, dude, really? Or you're gonna call the cops? Cool, man. I thought we were cool. He has like a giant keyring. Does this mean nothing to you? I'm never helping move your Hot Wheels again.
Does this mean nothing to you? You remember when I helped you wipe down that one unit that was like full of poop? Definitely not me, by the way. Definitely not me. That I know the unit was like broken into and everything. Definitely not me. I helped you, and then you gave me the keys, and so like I get a little drunk, put a VHS tape in, and you know like drink Modelo's and maybe have a rhino pill or two. I mean, it's my unit. Is this not my property? At least for the small amount of time that I own it. I have the keys for these other units. I would say it's my humble abode. I could even maybe have squad.